but that gives you a sort of sense of humility. One of these days, I'll think that I'm okay. So when I try and understand what it's all about, I think it's about self-worth. I think most of the women I talk to have had challenges all through their lives in terms of being okay inside. And what we know is that when you have low self-worth, you tend to go to distractions, reflective distractions, which are often around in employment, the sticky floor, not believing that you can do anything. So you have to be a master of the universe before you even apply for a job. And there's the expressive distractions, which is the glass ceiling, which is now beginning to stop, which is where you're not given the opportunity to do things. But it all really revolves around fear. And if you become consumed by fear, you get into this state of learned helplessness. So good things and bad things have no difference to you. And I believe that if we can create self-worth for all of us, masculine and feminine, you can move towards hope and learned optimism. And then it's really quite amazing. As you shine inside, the light shines on you. So it's a very special point, really, when loving kindness takes over. So where are we now? We're in this world of status quo. We've had this male patriarchy for several thousand years now, but if you go back farther enough, it was a matriarchal society and it seemed to work. We've become bigger, but not necessarily better. And this status quo thing, which is all about being process and task, which is intellectual intelligence and spiritual and physical intelligence. Now, the problem is if the world is changing, you can't run it on the basis of rules from the past. You have to work dynamically in the moment. And I believe that's moving to relationships and trust, which is all about emotional and spiritual intelligence. So the SG in Geneva gave a talk the other day and said, well, I did the normal standard talk, and then she said, now I'll tell you what I really think. She said, really, the problem is nobody talks to each other and there's no trust. So we're now reinventing the UN again with the Summit for the Future, which is about going back to the fundamental basics of the UN organization, which is people talking to each other and finding common purpose. And I believe women have an incredibly powerful part to play in that important debate. This is just to make sure you're awake in the mornings. There'll be a test at the end. I found a pointer, so maybe I can help you through it. If you say that it's basically an inner journey. We have a journey of self-reflection, which has physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual dimensions to it. And this is really how we discover who we are inside. And that's also about human geography, the fact that we need to celebrate emotional and spiritual intelligence in our communities. And you start where you are as you radiate that light around you and the people you talk to. And then we have a moral compass here, which is about having a shared virtues, values, vision, and volition. And only then can you start the outer journey by what you believe drives what you think, drives what you feel, drives what you do. So what I'm suggesting to you is it's like an electrical circuit. If you don't engage the emotional intelligence, then it can never go anywhere. So you have to go from physical to emotional to mental to spiritual. And the same thing applies to the outer journey. So emotional and spiritual intelligence are absolutely vital, particularly in times of turmoil. So I would hope that you're all going to be ambassadors for change after this and stir the pot. That was a mental test. So there'll be a short test at the end to make sure you've all remembered it. But main thing is just physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual intelligence. Just ask yourself the questions. What's going on in this particular situation I am? What's going on inside me? Remember that you have to go through the heart to get to the mind. And you've got more neurons in the brain and the heart and the intestines than people realize. So intuition is incredibly powerful. It's very rarely wrong. So in trying to understand how do you affect change, I believe that if you try and do it from the top down, our experience is energy evaporates. We know from all sorts of places with hard and soft corruption, about 80% of the energy disappears, and then there's not enough energy to get over the tipping point of change. So we have to find ways where you can drive change at the grassroots. And that's where I think women are the most powerful force that we have, particularly the grandmothers in all communities. So I think as you shine the light around you, and people are encouraged to try new things. Innovation is this incredibly important skill that children have, which we somehow manage to take them away from them. And I think we're beginning to understand that as you understand better how state of mind is important, it's actually 40% of the outcomes, both in health and education and enterprise. So if you have people with a poor state of mind, they turn up with glum faces and they're not enabled, then the performance drops by at least 25%. So what we found as a way of dealing with this is to recognize that you can have small groups, micro groups, where you have the storyteller, the listener and observer, and you rotate the roles. What's really interesting, you dissipate 80% of fear. And fear is what gets in the way of change. Fear is what gets in the way of people showing vulnerability. Men are particularly challenged in showing vulnerability. They usually need a copious amount of alcohol in order to show any change at all. But it's about giving people back the language of emotions. They often don't have the words to describe feelings. So if you haven't got the words, you can't process. So one of my colleagues in the Source Code Foundation is actually having training programs to help people express their feelings. So I think if we can just recognize that feelings are not just there, they've often been sabotaged for one reason or another. And then finally, if you can take those microgroups and you can create this cascade. So one microgroup of 3 becomes the seed for the next level down, and so on. What's really interesting, when you get 3 levels working, it becomes a self-generating system. The posh word is the Sierpinski gasket. So you've only got to get 3 levels going, and you've got a vehicle for driving change across the world. Try it, come together in small groups of 3. You have to have a relationship of trust. You probably all got 2 people or 3 people that you know, that you trust, that you could say anything to. Start with them. And it's really good fun. We did it with Russian orphans. We create mentoring programs and put the orphans together in groups of 3, staggering the changes. We did it with Pathways for Success for High Potential Women Leaders. It has a life of its own because people naturally want to talk to you. It becomes an action learning set and a critical action team for change. So my last slide is to suggest to you that you need to hopefully some people have heard of the Ikigai approach in Japan. Incredibly powerful. It's where you accept that everybody has value. We stop labeling people because of age or gender or what things they can't do. You start labeling them or encouraging them in terms of what they can do. And then you create this vibrancy in communities that has a life of its own. People smile. They have a passion for what they do. And again, it's about trying to find out what you need, what the world needs, what you can be paid for, but not paid just in money. It's about recognizing that payment is actually feeling valuable and valued. It's about what's your passion, what do you love doing? And because if you work to your passion, it's amazing how the doors open. And finally, I believe it's really important to do things that are good. They've just invited me to be the president of the Rotary Club of Manchester, which is 100 years plus old, founded in 1911. So the first thing I go when I go to a meeting is check that there's still a pulse. And we're trying to get women and young people engaged. Rotary is an incredible, powerful organisation. You're looking at 1.4 million Rotarians, 35,000 clubs in 200 countries with a motto of service above self. If we could just engage that energy in practice, and I think the women driving change in Rotary is absolutely crucial, not as tokens, but as bringing the celebration of life. So I believe that if all this coming together creates the notion of harmonious living, so inspiration is being the light inside you and celebrating that light around you. And harmony is actually this process of expressing loving kindness to everybody. And it's amazing how it's reflected back. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the word. But for those of you that didn't know Royston, because he didn't really present himself, he's the president of CSPOC, which is the organization that's hosting us here today. He's also polymath. He has studied everything from physics, engineering, psychology, and so on. And as he mentioned himself, he's now the president-elect of Manchester Rotary Club. He's worked in multinationals, had various other jobs, and here he is shining with us today. Thank you, Royston, for being the host for this meeting today. So this is really nice. I go on? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Let me say a couple of words about Kristin, who is, I'm sure many of you know her very well from WIN events and so on. If you listen to her story, which is coming from a small fishing town in Norway, who then went to Oslo, studied at Bocconi, has had a life of service. I mean, just creating a women's movement of 25,000 people over 25, 26 years is an extraordinary achievement. She still has an incredible problem with humility, though, in the sense that her self-worth is challenged on a daily basis, just as mine is. But loving kindness is actually at the core of what she wants to, and she wants to really bring women together to create a movement for change across the world. So I believe she's an icon, and I think we should celebrate her.
Thank you very much, Royston. And I think it's humility helps, right? So, but I also want to start this opening ceremony, let's say, by saying also thank you to all of you. Coming together in this time is also not always easy. There's so much on many people's agenda. Lately, it's like everybody is more and more busy, and also not always reading well, doing that much, or I don't know what, but it is a lot of noise around us. So I want to particularly thank all of you for taking the day to be together physically. And also, I want to thank all of you that joined the streaming, because this is being streamed worldwide. So if you have friends that couldn't be there, also mention that to them. It's on the YouTube, under the WIN conference. It's being streamed directly right now, right here. So thank you for all watching. Thank you for all of you to being here. Because coming together is also critical. I feel this thing of humans meeting, feeling each other's energy, and not only reading things, and so being together is very honorable. And I know also very well that magic totally happens when people come together with common dreams, common hopes, visions, and ways. So we have a great occasion here today. We have planned a meeting that is talking a little bit about the big picture of things early in the day. We start moving from what's happening in the big picture. We go into the organizational life. How can we do that differently? And into our personal journeys as well. And besides the speakers talking up here, there will be discussion groups where everybody can be part of it. Before I go on, I also thought that I really like that each and every one of us considers this moment precious. So precious. This constellation of stars that are here in the room is quite unique. Maybe we will never meet exactly us one more time. So let's try to limit the exchanges on emails and SMS and WhatsApp, etc., with other things, unless it's really necessary. Let's be here as much as we can and test our own focus, our own presence. I've experienced that when we are really present, then the fear goes away. So I also want to have you join me in a small little mindfulness moment. So why don't we close our eyes if you feel comfortable with that. Or at least, we close our eyes, take a deep breath, and receive another deep breath. And you breathe out, and you concentrate on that breath that actually is moving into your belly. And then it's moving out again. And right now, also, I would like you to focus on the fact that your feet are on the ground, the sole of your feet is actually touching this floor. And if your thoughts keep moving about something else, just see your thoughts as clouds in the sky that are passing by. And you again focus on your breath. And then you focus on the sole of your feet that's on the floor. And now I want you also to feel that you are sitting in the chair. In fact, that your bum is touching the chair. You're actually sitting there and you feel the contact with the skin of the chair. And back to the feet again. You feel the sole of your feet is like grounding cords that go deep into the core of our Mother Earth, holding us. We are firmly rooted. And we breathe, knowing that we are held and safe, and we are breathing together. And now we take another breath. We know that we are all breathing together, all of us. And we breathe out. And we also feel that our head is like being pulled out, up. It's like a helium balloon above your head. It's been touched to your head and it's pulling you up. And you get so tall as you're breathing. At the same time, you have your sole of your feet. And now you feel that you're connected both to the earth and to the heavens and to where we are together. And please thank yourself for having come here today. And know that your family, your work, any worries you may have, it's all fine because now we are here. And this precious moment together. And one more breath. And you can open your eyes. Part of the feminine is this of having space to receive. The feminine is the receptive. The masculine is the active. It's the yin and the yang. Often, the feminine of receiving, of our intuition, of our caring and sharing hasn't been valued enough. So sometimes when we meet to talk about women, it's not only about women, it's actually about giving value to the feminine that also exists in so many men. And let's give that value. So I ask you also today, since we will be very present, right? That we think about that. Oh my God, I got a stomach ache. What does that mean? Take it seriously. Yeah, you value the feminine, and you value what you think also. But it's very, very important. So we want to empower the qualities of the feminine, and we want to inspire. I mean, I spend my life empowering the feminine, inspiring women, but also awakening women and men. So what do I mean by that? It means that because of the patriarchy, because of our value system, that we have valued so much production, hierarchy, status, maybe more than our intuitive part. And that, my experience is, I used to think that all the women value that. But then I realized over the years that both women and men have been brought up in the same value system. So often women also judge other women. And it's not really their fault, it's our culture. So we have to be awake to that. So each of us catch ourselves in that. And if we want to have harmony, we would like to be very, very open. And that's a request to all of us today. Let's be open about what we hear from the different speakers. We can judge it on tomorrow, but today let's be open to what everybody has to say. Let's be open to the person sitting next to you, and also be open to yourself. Often, particularly women, are very critical to themselves. So let's be open to that. And also, let's practice harmony. So what could harmony be? I have experienced, just this morning, I was talking to one of my colleagues. She says, I was invited here. My son is sick. So in a way, it's a conflict, right? But how can we live that in a non-conflictual way? Her husband step in and take the child. Or maybe you are invited to dinner or for lunch today, but you are here. What can we do to make that lunch appointment another day, but not live it as a conflict? Just see, she likes green and she likes pink. Interesting, right? We don't need to be against each other. We don't need to want to convince that green is better than pink. So when we're living in harmony, it's like an orchestra where each and every one of us plays an instrument, and that together it's beautiful. You know, sometimes you need to tune the instrument, sometimes we need a director, but all in all, we can make it work when we really want. So my request today, stay very open, be also ready to connect. We have the little groups, talk to somebody you don't know, be curious, be open, be welcoming, do your very best in that, and be more, and above all, be present. And then we want to be quick to contribute, you know, share something about yourself, and also share a solution to somebody else's hope and dreams. And we want to take some risk. And by risk, it doesn't mean that, oh, you're gonna do a hang glider or something like that. It can also be risk to talk about something you normally don't share, like a new dream you may have. And then we like to commit. We are committers, meaning if I promise you that I'm going to do that, something, I'll try to commit to that, right? Unless, there is an unless here, because sometimes if you committed to be in a work relationship or a home relationship where something happening that's unacceptable, there's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of abuse in society, in homes, in workplaces. And if we accept it, it's actually going to be reinforced. It's not easy, that one, but it's something about these boundaries. So we want to commit, but if you are committed to something that's not healthy, then we break that commitment because we don't accept the unacceptable the best we can. It's not an easy one, that. I think if you do all of that, we're going to have a magic time together today. And on that note, I would like to say that on behalf of CSPOC, on behalf of WIN, and all the speakers and everybody, I'd like to again thank you and welcome you to this meeting here today. So thank you again. And so before I get the new people up here to speak, I like to just have, there was a couple of actually messages also that just came before we started. So you can have water in your glass, but no coffee and no food in here. So please, we restrict the food and coffee drinking to outside. What else did we get? A message here. Yeah, the live stream is on YouTube, WIN conference. And also at 1 o'clock, we have lunch. And meet there, and somebody's gonna put up a flag, or I don't know, bring you to the lunch area. It's a bit complicated to get there, so if you don't know where to go, follow the volunteers that are helping. And you can eat in the cafeteria, which is best, or you go to the bar also. And also we have coffee break that just had, and also in the afternoon, and then there's a reception at night. Anything else I forgot? I'm not dyslexic, I think, but I'm not so good at this either. Maybe a little. I'm just looking if there was anything. Yeah, I think that's all that we wanted to say. Yeah, all messages. So then we would like to ask the people that are going to speak in the first session. And while we're setting that up, I would like to have a slide up here, because I'd like you now to, can I have the first slide, please? Yeah. So while we're setting up the speakers to come and join here now, I would like to that you come with 2 or 3 people sitting next to each other, and you share with them who you are, what you do, and one thing you're passionate about, or one thing that inspires you, that makes you come alive. Okay, so we start immediately. Thank you. Okay.
using slides, so may need to just educate them.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we need to resume back to our session. Can we get some attention? Put in this one. Hello, hello. Yeah, so it is, you are the last one. Okay. It's okay? Yeah. I think, yeah. Okay. So we are about to start. I'm not sure that your mic is on the screen. Yeah, it's on now. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have more small groups and more chances to talk. Nobody hears, but anyway, they can't hear you. So, ladies, put this one. But I don't get the. Did they hear you? Yeah. Hey, can we get some attention, please? Wonderful silence. I love it. God. Very beautiful. You know what? The sound is pretty good in this room, but if you don't hear so well, you can use these ones also. Then you will hear even better. Apparently, I think so. Yeah. So you have these ones to hear. We have an amplified sound. This room is created with sound all over, but still you have this. In some of the rooms in the UN, you always have to have this one on. Occasionally translation. So welcome back. How was the discussion? You had a good time? Yeah, good, good. We will have several other occasions to share, so don't worry. We are starting this session looking at a world in transformation. There's so much going on in the world, right? And sometimes it's not so pretty sight either. You know, there are wars, there's accelerated change in economic discrepancies. There is a lot of technological advancement that can be good and also scary sometimes. So there's a lot of things going on in our external environment. And a lot of good stuff also. All of us are doing amazing things. And today I've invited some really exceptional people to share a bit about what's going on in the external of their world, but also what they are doing. And I'm very happy to start introducing Dr. Sandy Shang. She came just in last night from Singapore, right? That's very impressive. Thank you for taking the plane and come all the way to be with us. And she is a Harvard alumni, and she's a founder of Verity Consulting. And she's very active with ESGs and SDGs and been all over the world on various boards doing that. She's on the board director of ESG for public listed firms, industry councils, and universities. And she has a long-standing UN SDG advocate and very active in many of those groups. I think that the most important has been said, but also I think it's important to say also that you're sharing the ASEAN Business Alliance to promote trade. Yes. And she's received awards and acknowledgements in media, in associations, and all over the world. And Sandy, thank you for being here with us and being part of this group. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here and a real privilege. I would like to give my thanks to all the organizers, the chair, but especially all the women that came before us. Without you, there wouldn't be today. Without you, there wouldn't be us. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm originally was born in Singapore, and I grew up more than half my life in Australia. My journey as a leader in nonprofit and also profit has been a really tough one, but it's really it's really fulfilling to be able to be here and share this experience. We are experiencing a time of change, massive change. We're not just looking at companies now trying to make sure that they fit the ESG governance. You also have technological disruption. So AI will transform all transformation. If people think that AI is just going to be affecting tech industry, then we're mistaken. It will disrupt agriculture industry, manufacturing industry, mining industry. And from my own experience in both mining, extractive sector, in the big corporations and also in the small, medium-sized enterprises in Singapore, is that it will change our lives forever. And as leaders, we do not know how these are going to impact us. In fact, it's going to impact the role of our leadership as much as our employees. So a bit of background of myself. I was born in Singapore, as I mentioned before. My father was a military officer. Since I was a kid, I never lived in one place for more than 5 years. So I'm one of those military brats, but I'm also one of those global citizens. I came to Australia when I was 17, and I basically pursued my PhD in information systems back 20 years ago. So my age, or the way I look, is very misleading. I'm actually 51. I've just passed my 50th birthday last year. But what I learned is that this unconscious bias is not just for people with color, but also for people who insist on looking young forever. So it's always a tough one. Back 20 years ago, when I was studying my PhD or doing my doctorate in innovation adoption, this was just 4 years after e-commerce have erupted into scene. I was always treated as an assistant or a student, or worse, some professor's wife, but never a professor of my own. So that was tough. And then 20 years later, you would think that would change. No, not really, especially if you look differently, right, in Australia. But having said that, I would say the key things about women in these times of transformation is that we can add a lot of value into it. Recently, I chaired a panel event in Australia on the leading with diversity and how migrant women are actually redefining leadership. I always say that if you want to get anything done, get a woman to do stuff. But if you want to get anything done excellently, get a migrant woman to do it, right? Because they have to work triple hard, double hard. They get undermined, they get overlooked. And so it's not an easy one. But if you can tap into those diversity, the opportunities are endless. And I also wanted to share my perspective from a business side. So I've been running my own consultancy in Singapore for the last 20 years. Our job is to help Singaporean companies to expand internationally. And over the last 20 years, Singapore government has invested hugely to attract talent, to attract funding to come to Singapore. So 15 years ago, if you say Singapore is going to be the hub for technology, education, funding, nobody believed it. But now, if you look at Singapore, it has all that. And that's just because Singapore government, right from the very beginning, when we founded the country, it's that it needs to be multiracial, therefore it needs to be peaceful, it needs to be harmonious, and therefore it needs to be tolerant. So right from the get-go, from Asia, we live in a very multicultural society. So a little bit about Asia as well. When people think of Asian, people tend to think of just China. But outside China, you also have 750 million people who comes from many different parts of Southeast Asia. So Vietnamese are not the same as Indonesians. Indonesians are not the same as Singaporean. And Singaporeans are definitely not the same as Thai. And so in this region that is growing massively, we are also some of the 4th largest emitter of carbon because a lot of manufacturers are in this time zone. So what Singapore government is trying to do is to basically share thought leadership with all the countries and also try to get all the countries into the region to share their expertise, to improve science, to innovate. And the Singapore government is also very big on trying to achieve sustainability. So the piece about sustainability is sustainability and technology are basically two sides of the same coin, right? You can't achieve sustainability unless you have technology. And more importantly, the role of the women in sustainability and adopting technology is a big one. I just thought I'd share this with everyone. Recently, last year there was the S&P 500 Global Sustainability Index. The top ranking country in the world, no one would have guessed. You know, people would think, oh, maybe some Scandinavian countries or the US. But the fact is, the country topped in the world in sustainability, as in when they look at the index, is actually Thailand, followed by the US, Taiwan, and also then Italy. And when you look at the number of women in the world that has CEOs, CFOs, Thailand also have the highest number of women in terms of average globally and also average Asia Pacific. So I like to extrapolate that and say, when you have more women on your board, you tend to achieve more sustainability. That's the link. And the other link I would also like to really encourage people to look at is that the largest consumer in the world are not the Chinese. They're actually women. Yeah. So women consumes, women educate, women want to spend. And what are companies doing to have women on board to educate them about this huge group of consumers, right? Women can educate companies a lot in terms of co-creating products, in terms of how to communicate effectively, how to engage the community, and more importantly, how do we form partnerships with across different disciplines and different sectors. So very much like what Christine and our first speaker was talking about before, the biggest thing about disruption and transformation is going to be trust. So as leaders, we're going to ask ourselves, how are my employees going to trust me with the new vision and new path I'm going to take them? Your employees are going to say, can I trust my leader in taking us this path inclusively? Will my job be disrupted? And how am I going to continue with making sure that my future generation will have a path of hope and a path of career development, upward mobility? Can the society trust the leader in making sure that whatever they come up with, be it a product, a service, or a process, it's going to be mindful of the environment that we are mining on? I mean, the thing about the extractive industry, that it's a very interesting one. We are all using our mobile phone. We all want to drive EVs. But all these minerals come from somewhere, from Africa, from Australia, from some parts of Asia. So again, when we look at your board, are your board diverse? So 3 years ago, I was appointed onto this mining company, public listed company, and I was the first woman to be appointed in 40 years. And I chair the ESG portfolio. And our company has been top 7 in diversified metals over hundreds of companies in the world. And that's just because I decided to come on the board, not as a box ticking exercise or that I want to be a wallflower, but rather I said, no, I wanted to make change and I want to make sure that I hold these guys accountable. And what was really interesting was this transformation and this process of change would not be possible if not for the fact that the CEO of the company believed that the women are much more capable in connecting these dots, in working across different disciplinary, and also basically performing really well. In terms of performance, I just thought that everyone should know when you are on the journey of sustainability and digitization, when you have women on board, you also tend to have much better performances. Studies have proven that when you have more than 30% of women on board, you're going to have improvement of return of sales by 42%, return of invested capital by 66%, and return on equity by 53%. That is a fact, right? So if you want better performances, then you should hire more women on your board. You should hire more women on the middle management, and you should also give them more opportunities in their talent attraction, talent management, and so on. So I've actually did this talk in Harvard before, and I wasn't trying to appeal to the male CEOs in the room by saying, oh, this is important for equity. This is important for inclusion. I just told him, do you want to make money or not? Right? Do you want to perform? And if you want to perform, you want to respond to your shareholders, have you thought of having women? And after the talk, you have no idea how many male CEOs came down and said, would you mind sharing those stats with me? I would like to bring you back to my board. And I'm seeing that women-led business also tend to be a lot more environmental focused. They also tend to be more community focused. They also tend to be more social impact focused. So those are just some of the importance and the contribution that women make. Unfortunately, there are some Achilles heels. There's still a lot of challenges in the world. Number one, there are a lot of resistance to change to start with. Number two, we are living in a patriarchal society. There are just not enough women in politics. I think the Scandinavians are doing a really good job in making sure that there are women on their parliament. And the more women in parliament, the more focus they will invest in education, healthcare, and also the environment and community. So we need to make sure that more women are on these parliament, and we also need to reduce the fear and the threat of women in these leadership positions. So if anything, I really wanted to leave with all of you here a number of things with regards to what you can do, the top 3 things in the future when people ask you why you should be a leadership role in this time of disruption. Number 1, you want to do this because you want to form alliances and you're good at it, right? We're very good at partnerships. So make sure that when you propose your position or propose your projects, that is very clear. Number 2, we're willing to take risk, right? It's like what the first speaker has said, you know, if the world has changed, then the same old thing can't be done again. If you keep doing the same thing, you're always going to get the same result. That's what Einstein said. And number 3, because you stand behind your values, right? It doesn't matter how you look, what age you are, and what accent you speak with. If you can stand behind your values, that will be guided and people will follow you. In Harvard, there is a study on a business review, and they said that if you want psychological safety for your employees, then you need to make sure that people are able to trust the leader, yeah, and that people are able to feel comfortable, and there is obviously a target and a sense of urgency. But if you want breakthrough ideas, really breakthrough ideas, then you need to have very diverse group. I'm not talking about just gender, but also cognitive differences is so important. That's where you get all the outstanding results. That is also a reason why, you know, when you look at countries or cities like New York, Singapore, and also Silicon Valley, the reason why these companies are doing so well, a lot of wealth in the world are accumulated in these few cities, is because they are extremely diverse. And with that, I leave with you a day of hope, a day of inspiration, and I look forward to speaking to some of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love what you said. We are good at creating alliances or form alliances. We are good at taking risk. And beyond all, we are standing behind our values. Yeah. I was also reading some other stats I want to add to you, that countries that have also a high number of women active in politics or in anything also are leading the happiness index. Companies that have good number of women are, according to this organization called the Best Place to Work, appreciated best place to work, both for women and men, like to work in organizations that have better gender balance. So that's also fun to know. Sandy, just before I leave you, what's a vision you have for the future?
I like to say world peace, but I think working in synergies with one another across different cultures, breaking barriers, and giving a lot of opportunities to the young women that are coming through. So obviously I'm able to do this because the women before me had opened lots of doors. I would like to now open doors to more women, and hopefully that would break the barriers a little bit. And I believe my good friend here today, Sanas, she'll be talking a little bit about mentorship, which I think is a really important piece. And of course, I would love to have more men in the room in the future, and hopefully they can do more sponsorship for women in the bigger picture.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So you will be with us all day, right?
Yes.
So there will be plenty of opportunities to meet her over lunch and coffee and so on and so forth. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Sofia Bosa, and she is the ambassador of Chile to the World Trade Organization, and she was appointed in that role in July 2022. And she's taken over the coordination of the structured discussion on investment facilitation and development. She's a woman who is extremely accomplished and then done like all of our women here today. But besides, also taken on work evaluator of public policies and budget office of the Chilean Ministry of Finance. She has a PhD in economics from the Autonomous University of Madrid, where she also has her master's degree and other degrees. And she's published more than 50 academic articles and been all over the world, done a lot of different things, had a lot of awards, and the list goes on. And I'm very proud that you are here with us today. So Please welcome Sofia Boza.
Well, thank you very much, Christine, for your so kind presentation, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this event in which you can feel the energy, the good energy in the room, which is amazing. And I think it will be very, very successful because everyone is here. As you, I came when you were meditating, and I think it's great to put all the attention here and now, and I think that's what we have right now. So, well, I want to start saying that before coming here to Geneva in July 2022, I used to be a professor. I was a professor at the University of Chile on agricultural economics for more than a decade. And for me, when I received the call to become ambassador to the WTO, UNCTAD, and WIPO here in Geneva, it was somehow a surprise. And it was something that it was a big transformation in my life, because of course, after a decade as professor, even if university, and I agree that is somehow very often not easy environment for women, but I think I could manage it after more than a decade. So I was quite comfortable there at the university, and this position is much more public and extrovert, and also implies to bring my family here to Geneva, my husband, my daughter. So it was a difficult decision to make, but something that I think was key to make the decision to come here to Geneva is that I wanted to represent a government in which I believe. I believe in the project of President Gabriel Boric and his government. And one of the elements why I believe in this project is because this government recognizes itself as a feminist government. So that's one of the elements that was very appealing for me, especially in the role of a representative outside Chile. So in the words of President Gabriel Boric, standing as a feminist government implies that all actions of the state are focused on gender parity and equality in the institutional and political arena, as well as being capable of incorporating the gender perspective in all policies that relate to the lives of women and diversities. So that, of course, is a huge transformation that implies many changes in the different policies that this government is creating, is designing. And one of the main issues under this umbrella of feminist government is something that I want to talk about to you, because I think it's an example of a transformation that is going on in the very south of the world, there in Chile, which is the feminist foreign policy, which is one of the first feminist foreign policies in Latin America. In June 2023, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alberto Van Cleven, launched the feminist foreign policy as an instrument that aims to establish the principles of gender equality as a main pillar of the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And some of the premises of these feminist foreign policies, first, recognizing that gender gaps are an obstacle to the full exercise of fundamental rights. So we need to tackle them, because if we want to tackle the problems that we can see to exercise rights, that's essential. If we have these inequalities, we need to tackle them. And also because we understand that advancing towards gender equality is a legal obligation that emanates from international agreements to which Chile is part of. And also because we want that through our example, we can also influence the multilateral and bilateral instances. I will show you some examples in that sense in the case of trade forums and trade negotiations. So we wanted all the population to be able to exercise their rights, and we also wanted to influence other countries and other forums with our policy. The feminist foreign policy has different pillars. I will focus on one of them, but it's related to human rights and enhancement of the democracy, promote the eradication, of course, and elimination of gender violence, empowerment and greater representation of women, also in positions as being ambassador, women agenda, peace and security, climate change and gender, digital agenda, science, innovation, care system, and in this we have also a national care policy that complements with this international, and one in which I will focus, especially because it's my area, is trade and gender. So we have first the umbrella of this being a feminist government. Then we have the feminist foreign policy. And into the feminist foreign policy, we have a specific pillar on trade and gender. Why do we think that it's important to have this economic part in the feminist foreign policy? Well, first of all, because we see the relationship between international economic relations and the Sustainable Development Goals. We see how advancing in more women being part of our exports, more women being part of our investment, more women being part of our global value chains, how that can be synergic with development goals. And also because we see clear benefits. One, greater inclusion of women in the economy is beneficial both at individual and social level. At the individual level, allows women to have higher wages. We have seen that in value chains that we have, which is positively related, of course, with women's economic autonomy. And at the social level, the increase in women's participation as workers and the reduction of the gap between men and women in the occupied population, which in Chile used to be quite high, positively contributes to higher economic growth. So we have proof that we have those relationships. So of course, we see this as part of our values, but we see this as something that is beneficial for our economy. So it's not only something altruistic, it's something that we know that will give benefits to our economy. So we have worked on that, not only since that we have the feminist foreign policy, but we have an history of working on more inclusion of women on trade. Chile is one of the countries all around the world with a higher number of free trade agreements, and many of these free trade agreements include chapters on gender and trade, women's participation in trade, and we have also trying to advocate and championing women's inclusion in a plurilateral and regional arena. For example, at the WTO, you know that in February we had the ministerial conference, and there Chile was leading a group of countries that advocated for having a paragraph on women's participation in trade in the outcome document, which, yeah, initially maybe it doesn't seem a lot, but it's something very relevant for the agenda of the organization, for recognizing what we have been doing there and for the future. And we were successful. We have that paragraph for the first time. We have a standalone paragraph on women participation in trade in a outcome document of a ministerial conference at the WTO. But we have also advocated for this in the Pacific Alliance, APEC, and OECD, so in all our economic and trade agenda. In the case of the bilateral relations, as I mentioned, we have chapters on gender and women's participation in trade in many free trade agreements. We started with Uruguay, but we have with Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Paraguay, Singapore, and also through the modernization of our agreement with the European Union. And we are trying to, every time that we are negotiating the modernization of a free trade agreement, for example, we are going to sign with EFTA very soon in June, we are trying to have these chapters and include these chapters on women and trade. Why are we doing these efforts, or in which we are focusing doing these efforts? First, we will seek to create more spaces for women in international trade by the incorporation and or permanent deepening of gender and trade provisions. So we are continuing working on that. We will promote the exchange of experiences and good practices on the implementation of policies that promote the incorporation of women in international trade. And there, an advertisement. Next week, we will have a seminar on the 31st afternoon here in United Nations, here in this same building, on UNCTAD, trade and gender, in which we will have some delegations that have feminist foreign policy are developing that, and also we have the participation of ECLAC and of one women entrepreneur in digital trade. So you are all invited to that seminar the 31st afternoon, that we will be part of the celebrations of the 60 years of UNCTAD. We want to also analyze how UNCTAD can continue the work on gender issues. We will carry out cooperation activities that facilitate access to the benefits of the integrated economy. We'll approach the analysis of the impacts that gender agreements produce, as well as the identification of new gaps. Their data is extremely relevant, and we have been working on a national level to see how our exporters are dealing with gender issues, and how women are part of the global value chains. Chilean women are part of global value chains, and we have very useful data on that. We will promote actions that allow the development of collaborative ways of working in different areas of trade with the cross-cutting approach put forward by inclusivity. We also want to analyze the role of women as exporters and also as workers and consumers of sectors and goods related to international trade. And in negotiations on investments, we are including gender dimension, and also, for example, in which is related to state arbitration, having a similar number of arbitrators that are women and men, which is something that we are not used to. And we are part of the GTAGA, which is an arrangement with other countries as New Zealand, as Canada, also Latin American countries as Costa Rica, and is influential in multilateral forums. In APEC, we have La Serena roadmap. In the Pacific Alliance, we have also a roadmap for the economic empowerment of women. And also, as part of the work of our promotion agencies, which is especially pro-Chile, they have the program Mujer Exporta, that is looking to continuously increasing the percentage of women-led exporting businesses. So from this umbrella of being a feminist government to the feminist foreign policy and the pillar on trade, we are looking for specific actions to continue our work, which, of course, for me, especially my relationship to WTO, WIPO, and UNCTAD is especially motivating. So again, you are all invited to the event that we will have next week to look at how UNCTAD is working on this. So thank you very much, Christine, and available.
It's It's an amazing example of getting more women into the government and hence feminist policy. And then it goes beyond Chile itself. You can have an impact worldwide through the bilateral and multilateral agreement. So this is very, very, very cool to hear. Also, I feel also how proud it makes one feel coming from that country, right? So thank you. Can I ask you one question? What is your vision for the future?
Well, something that motivates me very much to advocate and champion gender issues is that I have a daughter. She's 9 years old. And when I think in things that I have, I would say some of them survived. I would love that she's not in that position. So I will always advocate for this, being a more harmonic world. I like very much that word that you use. So she can be anything she wants to. If she wants to be an artist, if she wants to be a diplomat, if she wants to be at home for part of her life, anything that she wants, and also that she's not mistreated or overlooked for being a woman. So if I can contribute to that, that's excellent.
Contribute to the next generation is awesome. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Karen Se. She is the CEO and the founder of International Bridges to Justice. She, as a an international human rights lawyer, ordained minister, and former San Francisco public defender, Karen, she moved to Cambodia in 1994, where she trained the country's first group of public defenders. Subsequently, she served in United Nations judicial mentor as a mentor. And then in 2000 exactly, she founded IBJ. I remember I met you at that time, Karen, and you were so inspired because she had witnessed more than hundreds of prisoners of all ages being held without trials. Touched her heart, and she began doing something about it. Now, since then, she has a presence now in more than 53 countries with IBJ. They're supporting more than 48,000 lawyers and defenders who have represented more than 500,000 detainees. She's also been awarded recognitions, awards, particularly named by US News World Report as one of America's best leaders. She's received awards also from Skoll Foundation, Ashoka, Echo in Green, etc., etc. And also, she is a recipient of Harvard Divinity School's First Decade Award. And the list goes on. Another very talented lady here. Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Kristen. And Kristen, you forgot one extremely important award, which is that I was awarded an award by WIN. Yes. Thank you for women inspiring women. And that was fantastic and really wonderful to see. The thing also that Kristen didn't mention, she didn't mention two things. Number one, a very important award by WIN. Also, that when I first met Kristen, we were the tiniest little, I couldn't even call it an organization because we were one person in my apartment. And somehow I met Kristen and she believed in the vision and said, I know that there are going to be women at WIN who will understand and believe in it too. So thank you, Kristen, and thank you, WIN, for really being with me through these years on our journey. Thanks. So I was thinking this morning about Jonathan Livingston Seagull. How many of you remember the book? Okay, see, we may be making dating ourselves or whatnot. There's one particular line in the book of Jonathan Livingston Seagull where he says he's a seagull. Yeah. And the elder says, begin to press power into your new wings. Find out who you are. Find out who you are becoming. And Jonathan was a bit in a crisis for many reasons. As a seagull wanting to fly higher and higher, got kicked out. And then it wasn't until he found his community and his tribe, that he was able to really become who he was. So I was thinking about that also because, in fact, there is a lot of crisis in the world. And as we know, in Chinese, the word crisis is a combination of two characters. It's danger, you have to navigate the danger, but it's also opportunity. And indeed, we are in many ways in a crisis. Democracy is in crisis. According to the 2024 Democracy Report, 1,985 levels have been going down in democracy. And we know that the rule of law is also in a state of recession. There is a huge problem. As one example, right now, today, there's over 11 million people in prison. And of those 11 million people, in more than 50 countries, there are more people who are not yet convicted that are in pretrial detention than people who are actually convicted. So people are just sitting there. And it may be days, it may be weeks, it may be months, but in many countries throughout the world, it's also decades where people are lost in the system. And unfortunately, many, many people are tortured because it's the cheapest form of investigation. So it's not necessarily all political. In fact, the majority of people who are tortured because of an economic issue. They simply can't afford a lawyer, and there's no system of systematic early access to a lawyer. So today, I know I could go on about really sad things, which sometimes happens. Actually, in this very room at the UN, I've sat here before and gone on and on about sad things. However, we're at WIN, and one of the reasons I'm excited to be here is because I believe very strongly the women always recognize the reality of the situation and also believe in transformation. Kristen this morning used the word magic to say there's magic, and we have magic, and there are ways that we can concretely be a part of positive transformation. So what I'd like to do today is to just share some stories of women who are working in everyday democracy and working step by step to make that difference and seeing how it's really exploding into the world, really as a form of getting some of their stories out and also asking you to continue to be part of this movement with WIN and with all of us together. So with my own short story, I am a former public defender. I'm also an ordained minister, which is sort of the combination, right? It's the legal, but it's also, we realize that it can't just be the legal, because legal doesn't transform if you don't believe that it's possible, right? It's also something else, it's a belief of people and communities coming together that make it happen. So back in 1994, I was working in Cambodia, walked into a prison one day, saw a 12-year-old boy torture, didn't have a lawyer, for stealing a bicycle. And at that point, recognized the fact that it wasn't him, but there were actually thousands and tens of thousands of people just like him who did not have access to a lawyer. And for me, this is my legal mind, and having been a public defender myself, the solution seemed quite simple, which was providing early access to a lawyer. So I founded International Bridges Justice just with that, systematic early access. And today we do work in countries throughout the world. We work together with governments. And, you know, it's surprising to people because oftentimes people think, oh, you've got to be down with the bad governments. It's good versus bad. And if you fight governments, then this is going to work. Actually, and I think this is a WIN thing too, sometimes polarization is not that good, right? Sometimes you have to look for the spaces in between. Yeah. You have to say, how can we work well together? And what International Bridges of Justice has found is that actually most governments in the world have already passed laws on the books that say you have a right to a lawyer, a right not to be tortured. It's actually about the implementation of these. So we are under SDG 16, peace and justice. And I have to say, one of my goals today is to really elevate SDG 16 because I feel like it's the stepchild. Everybody loves the other ones, not so much SDG 16. So hopefully by the time we walk out, we'll be like, SDG 16, democracy. Do you know it's related to rule of law? Do you know it's practical in terms of access to justice? So just a couple of women that I wanted to uphold to. One is, and this is really like the long term. So when I first went into Burundi, a baby and said to the mom in prison, your kid, your baby is so cute. She goes, oh, that's why I'm here. Because she had stolen 2 diapers and an iron. She says, I was going to give back the iron. It was her employer, not the diapers, but the iron. When I said to the prison guard, bring her before a judge, they'll let her out. It's 2 diapers and an iron. He said, sure, fine, but look at my prison. And he says, over 80% of the people here have no lawyer. There's no systematic early access. So what are we going to do with everyone? So very, very slowly but surely, we trained lawyers, we trained the police, we worked on building a Defender Resource Center. And here is where the crisis, but who we are and who we become, comes in. At a certain point, you might remember in 2015, there was a lot of civil unrest. And at that time, unfortunately, they were picking up a lot of people, especially teenage boys, and literally like tying them, kicking their chest, they would die, and throwing them into ditches. It was really, really awful in terms of like who was being picked up. And I remember speaking to Aline and saying, it's unfortunate, but when we need to support the defenders most, it's oftentimes when we get the most scared. And we say, well, we don't really understand it. So we're just going to pause right now and not support Burundi. So this was a time where actually defenders needed support. But a lot of the international community said, we're not sure how to support it, so we'll pause. And the funding dried up. But I remember talking to Lean, and she said, I said, listen, your salary has gone from 1,500 to 1,000 to 500. Now there's like nothing. So you have to do something else. And she took my hand and she said, you know what? You don't understand, but our commitment is greater than the budget, and we are going to keep on keeping on. And she did. And I can say that it wasn't, I'd like to say it was like an easy, happy story. Therefore, she went and represented people, and the other women represented people, and it was no problem. Though it wasn't that case. And I remember sitting down and she was telling me about a woman who was arrested for giving food to demonstrators. And she said to the judge, you can take her to the back room and you'll see she has whip marks all throughout her back. That's why she could vest. And I thought, okay, she got a lawyer, talked about the torture. This is good. And then the lawyer said, and the judge said, okay, I understand, 10 years. And I felt really disheartened at that moment. Like, she had a lawyer, she had everything that we wanted, and yet she got 10 years. So at that point, I felt really kind of down. And I said, so what good is this really doing? And I love it because our defenders, especially the women defenders, they're like you, they're kind of sassy, and they tell me like when something's with me, and they're like, come on, get up. And I remember her friend next to her said, hey, listen, maybe it didn't work with this woman, but she told me a case of, she said, there was a 12-year-old girl who was picked up. She was holding a stick. And they said, hey, you're holding a stick, you're probably demonstrating. So they put her on they made her lay down in the bottom of like this police lorry. And she went from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. When they brought her to the police station, they took her out and they pushed her. And they were about to put her in with the other 83 kids. And she said, hey, you remember that we've been working together with you. So one of the things that International Bridges of Justice does is we do roundtables with judges and prosecutors so that we're able to have a regular systematic early access. So she was like, we're there every Tuesday, every Thursday. You said we can be here. And she said, this girl is 12, but she looks 10. And you know what? You should let her go because I'm going to represent her anyway. And at that point, the police were like, just go. So small story. And yet, step by step by step. And they continued the process. They're still continuing today. The work is absolutely amazing. And it's everyday democracy, right? Because at the end of the day, you need the steps, you need the people, you need access to justice. The basic tenets of democracy are about access to justice, about your due process rights, about not being tortured. These are like the practical, everyday parts that happen. So that's a lean. How much time do I have?
You have about 3 more minutes.
Okay, 3 more minutes. Okay, I'll skip one and I'll come back to it in a question. Just to end, to say that, you know, this is happening with women everywhere. And it's not only just getting people out of prison, there's often, it's 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. So we have an incredible group of Indonesian justice makers. And, you know, it's as the domestic violence laws are getting stronger, there's also backlash. So what we've seen are really crazy cases, like the women are reporting their husbands for domestic violence, and then the husband says, she committed adultery. And then instead of immediately putting the husband in jail for domestic violence when she's bloodied, they put her in prison for having an affair. I mean, it's just insane. So we also have teams of women who are working at how do we support women? Even as we move forward, we have to look at what the circumstances and situations can be. So last thing, and I want you to get ready to sing, which will be great. It's just 1 line, was just 2 lines. So I was in Rwanda and we went to visit a prison. And it was actually not just a woman, our women lawyer from Rwanda, but we were doing a training and we had lawyers, women lawyers from 10 countries. And they said, we all have the same thing. Because globally throughout the world, you see that women are imprisoned for abortion, they're imprisoned for economic crimes, they're imprisoned for adultery. There's a lot of things that's like really the criminalization of women. And we went to the prison and it was a little bit, some ways, overwhelming. Could be sad for some people, but I remember we were sitting on the bus coming back and all of a sudden this one woman started singing. Actually, Christine's here who's in gospel choir, so she should lead us in this. Because it's actually the song, which is a gospel choir song, and the women in the bus were Christian, is when Jesus says yes, nobody can say no. And they changed the words and they said, when women say yes, nobody can say no. So Christine, maybe you could lead us in singing that for a second. And I will say that in this deep moment of some sadness, the women came together. They organized over 100 women through these 10 countries and took over 800 cases. So you know what? When women say yes, all right, Christine is like, I just walked in. See, that you can't walk in late.
But you came just in time for this moment, right?
Okay, will you all sing it with us? She'll sing
Yeah.
it first. She hasn't been told yet.
When women say yes, nobody can
Say no.
When women say yes,
Nobody can say no.
When women say yes, nobody can say no. When women say yes, nobody can say no. Yay!
Wonderful.
Thank you. Wait, my last line is
Come on,
please
Mike.
join us in our women community for defenders.
Yeah. Thank you, Karen. And women justice maker, and we did some little thing in Nigeria also honoring one of your justice makers. And I think that's a project we have talked about. We can do a lot more also together. There was one of the things that Karen mentioned, and I think like sometimes when things got serious in one of these places, suddenly the funding dried up. And however, one of your colleagues said, when the commitment is greater than the budget, there is no reason to stop. And still sometimes it's also interesting that each and every one of us do take a stand for those budgets, right? To help such a cause as IBJ, help anyone who's doing advocacy work for women or for any good cause. Because very often once it starts getting really serious, sometimes the funding disappears. Very weird, right?
Yeah.
So just fight it. And it's not easy to do advocacy. Karen's smiling and laughing, but her work is really, really also hard. You know, and this is also the good part, because when we are touched with life, we do smile and we have a lot of joy, and it doesn't mean that it's not easy. So we all need to come together and help each other and take a really strong stand so that we will have justice, peace, and harmony. Thank you, Karen. So, somebody said that it's all about your heart, but you know, at this point when it's like lunchtime, it's also a lot about stuff. No, there was one more slide. Can you put a little slide? And we'll have just a very few moments because I think we will be kicked out of this room in a second. But we wanted also for you to talk a couple of minutes together, and then you can continue as you go to the lunchroom. But if you can take notes of this now, what are some of the changes you see in your life? And what are some of the opportunities that are emerging from that? It could also be translated to what's the crisis and what's the opportunity in that Chinese character, right? So perhaps talk for a second with each other, and then when do we have to go? I think like somebody here. Estela, when do we have to go to lunch now? Yeah. So I think you have to have the conversation as you go to the lunch table. And please follow Sarah. Yeah. So raise your hand, Sarah. Yeah. So follow that lady, Sarah. You can leave the stuff here. Yeah. I mean, I would bring my own purse, but you can leave others. Yeah. So that's to go to the canteen. You can also have like a sandwich here, but that's like. And picture time also for those that are responsible for photos. So photos. I'll get this guy to take a photo. Yeah. Can we take a photo of the speakers? Before, take a photo of the speakers.
Oh, okay. Just a photo of the speakers?
Can you send it to us then?
Yes, I will.
Because I don't know. Oh, so are we ready to begin again? Yeah, I'm glad. It was nice to have such a long lunch break so we could converse and exchange, I'm sure. So very nice. And yeah, I'm also quite, I just thought about this coming back from lunch. Somebody asked me, so how was it that you started to do meetings here at United Nations? And it started actually with an idea. I was working with Rishi BK Modi, which is an Indian industrialist. He's the founder and chairman of something called the Global Citizen Forum, which is a Singapore-based NGO. And he approached me. I knew his sister, and he said, "Why don't we do something at the UN?" And I thought, yeah, let's try. And then I met up with Royston Flood, with CSPOC, and we started this already 2 years ago. So this is the third meeting we have. I just also want to honor the legacy of this meeting and the idea where it came from our friend in India, Dr. Rishi Modi, and the legacy of industry and also spiritual leadership. And here today, we also want to remember the importance that we go ultimately beyond gender. We focus on gender, meaning we need to focus on women. But what we really want is a world where we all flourish together with the same freedom, with the same opportunities, and the same joy and mission and purpose and all the different things. So I just thought that was important. No, this morning, we had a chance to look at some of the big picture thoughts, and also hopefully you also looked at the big changes and transformation happening in the world today. Our next session will look at what are some of the new ways of working. And perhaps they're not even new. They are new, but sometimes it's old wisdom that comes back. And we want to look at how can we work together in a way that's truly celebrate diversity, that's inclusive, that's regenerative for our planet, for societies, organizations, and individuals, that give all of us purpose and joy, but also that we work together in communities. I think some of those questions is what we want to look at today. And of course, how we can work together in harmony. Okay. And I'd like to start with our first speaker here today, which is Jessica Taylor Hall. And she's director here of EMEA at the Catalyst organization. Catalyst is also an old organization, old relatively, that has been working on promoting and advancing women for a very long time. And she works supporting the journey of many of the organizations that are embarking on this journey of making sure women have the same possibilities. Before joining Catalyst, Jessica worked in industries such as insurance and banking, and often with relationship management roles and so on, which was important for her. And she's been used to raising funds, I think, and done many different things, recognized for her work all over. And she speaks French, English, Swiss, German also, and Spanish and Italian. So truly a global citizen. Jessica, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Christine. Can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for a lovely introduction. And yes, what a journey it's been. That's okay. So as Christine mentioned, I work with Catalyst. So Catalyst is a global nonprofit, for those of you who may not be familiar with Catalyst, based out of the US, out of New York. And we have, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure, been around a very long time. Catalyst was founded by a woman called Felice Schwartz in 1962, who was a woman educated at Harvard in law. And she found herself facing the challenges of entering the workplace as a lawyer, as a woman in the 1960s. So she founded Catalyst to help women enter the workplace. And here we are 62 years later, committed to her legacy, and hopefully there will come a day when there will not be a need for companies such as Catalyst. Nevertheless, today here we are. So what we do research in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And based on this research and this data, we develop tools, solutions, training, material to support our organizations, to support global corporations around the world in advancing women into leadership. And as Christine mentioned, it's also beyond gender. We really have a more holistic approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion in its whole. And yes, today I wanted to share a little bit about, we talk about the new ways of working, yes? And as you said, Christine, some of the ways are actually old ways, and this wisdom is coming back. But I think one thing that I would love for us to think about is how the pandemic has changed the ways of working, right? And what we found, especially in our work, is that there was a raising in awareness suddenly of certain aspects of the work and how it is important to have a more holistic approach of working, right? And not just look at the employee as an employee, but the employee as a whole. And as we know, during the pandemic, particularly women were impacted and affected in a greater way because women still disproportionately have the responsibility of also taking care of the home. And here we are in 2024 with hopefully the biggest part of the pandemic behind us. And I would invite us all to just reflect on how much has changed for women who are not in the leadership roles. And we've talked about this a lot, about there's still so much work to do, right? More women's on boards and women in leadership. But what about the women who are working in what Catalyst calls the frontline roles? A lot of these women were considered essential workers during the pandemic. Essential. We could not go on without them. And now in 2024, a lot of them have gone back to being invisible, maybe almost forgotten. And so when we think about these new ways of working, we really have to look into how do we integrate what we have learned, maybe through, unfortunately, the pandemic, into being able to empower and support these women who we get our train ticket from, or who draw our blood, or serve us coffee in the morning. So as I said, Catalyst is a research-based company, and I want to share with you unfortunately, some alarming statistics that have come out of our latest research on frontline employees in the UK, the US, and Canada, and then obviously finish on a more positive note and what we can all do to go towards a more harmonious world for all. But the situation today is that 55% of employees that work in these frontline roles, right, are considering leaving their job. And almost half, 47% of them, do not feel psychologically safe at work. What does this mean for all of us and what we're trying to achieve today? It is important to remember, of course, that a vast majority of employees in frontline roles are women. And a big majority of these women are women from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups, and a lot of them are also mothers and single mothers. And there's a whole macro impact of that, right? 42% of these employees suffer from sleeping problems, and 87% reported feeling burnout at work. 87%. So why am I doing this work? Maybe a little bit, to give you a little bit of context. So I am mixed. I am half Swiss, half Jamaican. I was born and raised here in Switzerland. And I love both my countries, obviously, I immensely. And one of the things for me that came up was, as I became a mother myself, I have two daughters. I have two mixed daughters. My husband is Jamaican. I just realized, working in a male-dominated environment, I was working in banking and insurance, as Christine mentioned, that there were so many things that I needed to juggle and think about that I realized men didn't necessarily have to think about that. And so when we talk a little bit about Switzerland now, since we are here, right, in beautiful Geneva, there are still so many ways in which in 2024, I would love for us to challenge a little bit more the policies and the norms and what is still, just everything that women navigate in their day-to-day. So to give you a very practical example, like I said, I have two daughters. My second daughter is also starting school this year in August. And right now, on the 22nd of May, we still do not know whether or not we will be able to get after-school childcare for them. Both my husband and I work full-time. We were told we will be getting a response at the end of June or beginning of July. School starts on the 19th of August. So if they tell us, well, we do not have a spot because they don't have enough spots, we have 6 weeks to figure out a solution, right? So these are still the realities in 2024 in a country as prosperous and as rich as Switzerland, right? So this ties into well-being, which is 87% of employees experiencing burnout. This is all tied together, right? So as we know, governments work at a certain pace, so maybe companies can take the lead in some of addressing some of these things, right? And one of the things I would love to see more from companies is really taking out the gendered aspect of policies, and for example, moving away maybe from talking about maternity and paternity leave and moving towards gender neutral parental leave, and really have, you know, the shared responsibility of the life outside of work shared by both people in the household. These are just some of the things I would love to see us working towards, you know. And as I close off, because I know I'm coming towards the end of my time, I just want to encourage us all again to finish on a positive note, but just to remember that partnership is, and that has come out of the research also, one of the key ways in which we can really move the needle when it comes to, you know, inclusion and addressing the issues that we're facing, right? Partnership, not only gender, but partnership between all of us at work. How can we step up, be bold, be courageous as women, as men, as people of all genders, to really reflect on how am I able to thrive based on my situation, right? As a mother who has to think about who is going to be keeping her children when she's at work, it's not necessarily the same thoughts that a man has when he's going to work in the morning, right? So how can we share the responsibility a bit more in all of that? So as I promised, I will leave on a positive note. So what came out of the report, here are 3 ways in which we can really help employees in frontline roles thrive. Again, I wanted to focus on them because they're a bit the invisible workforce and forgotten workforce, and a lot of them are made up of women. So one is really aiming for partnership, like I said, and not for perfection. Working together, really, when we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, really address the E in that, the equity, the fairness, really dive into that. And what came out is that when we really address the equity piece, employees and teams also value the diversity a lot more. They realize how rich it is to have diverse teams. And then that, of course, as an end result, also fosters inclusion. Then the second way is to break the silence and to really also, again, see are we working in an environment, a climate of silence, to really be able to speak up. You know, talking in a company environment now, to speak up about, what are the barriers, and are there stereotypes that are still holding people back, right? Is it viewed as, you should not be doing this job because you're a woman, or things like that, and dismantle the harmful gender norms. And the last one is to help managers help employees. So out of Catalyst research on inclusive leadership, 45% of the sentiment of inclusion is tied directly to the manager. So it is a huge role that the manager has, right? And as the world gets more complex, the role of a manager has also become more complex and with more responsibility. So to really empower those managers to lead with empathy, to lead with humility and with courage, to have those conversations and to be able to be supportive. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. You remind me also about partnership, how important it is to have the partnership between industry and also municipalities and government, because just that kindergarten situation that here in Switzerland is it's not exactly nice, you know, so it's very complicated. Having tried to live both in Norway and in Switzerland myself, I know, like, oh my God, a Norwegian woman is so much more lucky, because it's so much easier to have kindergarten system than it is here. Or if here you have the private, perhaps, so all your salary go to that. And then also, if you're an entrepreneur in Norway, if it doesn't work out, you have a backup. You can fall into something that in Switzerland you can't. And the legal system for abuse and things like that is so different also. So I think by meeting different countries, and protesting also, like, don't silence. It's in the companies, but it's also in society. And when we travel and we learn from each other, I think there is so much we can see, because sometimes you live in a system and you don't know how unfair it is, but some other woman somewhere else has such a much better situation, or somewhere else has a lot worse also. So, but on that note, thank you for bringing that up, and how the complex it is to be a parent also. And I want to mention today, 2 of our speakers had to cancel last minute, one this morning and one just now. She said, I got a call, I have to go home, something happened to my son. So she ran, and this morning two of my 3 kids got sick. Sorry, I can't come. So this is also situations, and sometimes the sacrifice. Oh God, I'm gonna speak at the UN, but I can't do it anymore. So it's like, it's hard. They were in tears, both of them. So this is the way, and this is life. And the gift of having a family also is, of course, something, because there is a lot of talk on this sacrifice, the motherhood penalty, but also it's a gift. So we have to think about that as well, all right? I just one last thing from you though. What is your vision for the future?
Well, one, and I mentioned it a little bit at the beginning, I would love to be in a world where there's no more need for companies such as Catalyst, because we have, a society where everyone can thrive, women included, but also, a world where exactly we're talking about parental leave, where we really share the joys and the responsibilities of all the life that happens outside of work, right? And where, I see my 2 daughters growing up now, and I can really feel it in myself when they ask me, Mommy, can I become whatever I want? And it's like, yes, all doors are really open for you, really and truly, without thinking of, will there be all these barriers and all that. So, that's really my hope, and that's why I'm doing this work and what I'm going towards.
Thank you, really good. Thank you for your advocacy and for being here. Okay, and now we would like to hear from Christopher Weber first, who is a strategist, strategic futurist, and also female future. He also says that there is a Chinese proverb that says, in order to become a really whole human, you had to have 3 careers. And he says here that he started off as an owner of a large-scale farm in Norway, and then he worked with immigrants, traumatized juveniles, and he has also been an executive for sales and marketing in telecom before he decided to devote his life to empowering people and organizations to do better business for a better world. He's done a lot of different things, and I'm very happy that you have the floor right now to share your visions of new ways of working and new ways of leading. Please.
Thank you.
So
I'm also very happy to be here. And for a reason, we are 3 Norwegians in the panel.
Bias.
Coincidentally, maybe, I don't know. So we're talking about women inspiring global harmony. And it's kind of why aren't men talking about that? Why is it that men don't take the initiative to talk about global harmony? I mean, how many women are we here? 4, 5? Yeah. So, I mean, this has been the situation for me ever since I was a little boy. Because why am I doing this work? It has, of course, to do with my personal history. Growing up in Oslo, after we had the Olympics in 1952, so then you know how old I am. And hopefully, as we say in Norwegian, I have been out a few winter nights, which has something to do with my long white hair, maybe, which has gathered some kind of wisdom, which I would like to share today. So what we're actually talking about here today, what does it mean to be a human being? And when I was listening to the other speakers here, I was thinking, I was Jonathan, because I was the one who had to learn to take to fly with my own wings, how I grew up, and be the one who was talking about being a woman, being a girl in a masculine, patriarchal-led world. And that was not very popular among my friends and my family. But I intended already then, when I was a little boy, that this is going to be my life purpose, which I quite didn't really understand before I got older, which was led to my life purpose, which is to accelerate female leadership with excellent results for a grandchildren-friendly economy, which really resonates with me, being a strategic futurist, leading from the emerging future. What is it that the future needs, not only for business, for this whole world? And as you said, better business, better world. And we have been presented with many numbers today. I mean, the results are there, the numbers are there, and I can also quote some of them. A Gallup recently said 86% of people are really unhappy at work. They really want to do something else. 33% of people really don't want to go to work. They have chosen the wrong education. They rather do something else. Some of them sit playing video games. Only 14% are actively engaged. And then my favorite coach, his name was Stephen Covey. He was the executive coach of Microsoft. That's where I learned coaching. He wrote this book called 8 Habits of Effective People, and he did a Gallup survey with Fortune top 500 companies and said they're only utilizing 20% of their potential. And then McKinsey has done their work on the Women Matter, Diversity Always Wins, saying the companies that strategically implement diversity, inclusion, equity in the right way, they earn 15% more than their competitors. Of course, it's a matter of doing it the right way, which I will talk a little bit about later, because the Norwegians, we are the world champions when it's come to doing this. And I think that also has maybe something to do with how we can talk about new ways of working. And a couple of weeks ago, because I'm interested in the evolution of humankind, and there was a documentary on Netflix about some of our ancestors. 330,000 years ago, there was a tribe called Homo naledi, and the archaeologists found they buried their people in an extremely challenging, difficult way. They entered a cave, and in that cave there was a chute which was 20 centimeters wide, and it was 15 meters deep. And on the other side of that chute there was another chamber where they found that these ancestors of our day buried their people. And why would they do that? Why do we bury people? This is a very typical part of being a human being. Why do we do that? Yeah, because we love them. We have compassion for them. They belong to our tribe, and they wanted to protect them. And these are a very basic part of being a human being. Would you agree?
Yes.
Great. And this is what is missing in today's society. This is what's missing in our organizations. And part of that is because we are lacking the female qualities and the female values and the female traits. And this we know from studies. And now I want to talk a little bit about Norway, because I had a very interesting talk when I had lunch. And I said, in Norway, we introduced the 40% female quota in 2003. And she said, I wasn't aware of that. And maybe some of you have heard about it, but maybe you haven't heard about what we did and what is now happening in 2024. Because it was a political decision. We have to do it. And Norway is the country in the world where we trust the most. So trust is here very basic. 67% of Norwegians, we trust our authorities. Whereas in Germany, where I now live, only 36% of people trust authorities. Whereas in Brazil, only 7% of people trust the authorities. So you can just imagine, what does that do to us if we don't trust each other? So back in 2003, there was a huge uproar when the politician called Gabrielsen, he said, oh, it was a private suggestion, let's do it. And he just did it, and everybody agreed. And the law is 40% female representation on all public boards. And if you don't do that, you will be expelled by the stock exchange. So everybody's kind of panicked. Oh, what are we going to do now? Where are these women? Do they even want to do it? Can they do it? Do they have the competence? And the men would say, well, why don't the women stay at home and take care of the kids and the house and the cooking? And of course, that was a huge uproar too. And then we started programs, which is called Female Future, which I also was a part of. And of course, the women were there and they wanted to do it and they were more than competent. And now, after 20 years, we have a lot of women who have made the career. They have been prime ministers, they have been finance ministers, they are the CEO of some of the biggest organizations in Norway. So what happens to the younger generation of women? They say, look at them, they did it. And we can do it too, which means that now we have a lot of young women entering into the workplace as executives. But we also learn how to do it successfully, because probably some of you know that there's a lot of initiatives comes to diversity, inclusion, and equity, but they are not successful. Why is that? Because they're not doing it the right way strategically. You are supposed to do it. Everybody does it. So we have to do it too. So here's somebody we call the diversity inclusion officer. Can you do that? And then they do it. But they're missing the most important part, that it is a really democratic process where the CEO, either he or she, has to be the full sponsor of the program. And he or she said, we are doing it because this is the only right thing to do. And it has the strategic plan of at least 3 to 5 years into the future, why we're doing it. It's being very clearly communicated to everybody inside and outside why we're doing it. And most important about that, because if they don't communicate it this way, the men will come and say, oh, now we have this quota and she is taking my job. And it's creating a lot of conflicts. Quite the opposite. You have to communicate why we're doing it. And then follows up, communicate it on the webpage, text, pictures, colors. How do we recruit? So there's a whole list of things that you have to do in order to make this successful. Very few companies do this. And McKinsey's last report called Diversity Always Wins said, diversity always wins. So why aren't they doing it? The numbers are there. And one of the interesting findings was that almost 50% of the male managers said, I don't have time for this, I have a business to run. But they're losing out this huge potential, right? Then we come to the next stage, which is that the research we have done points to the fact that if a woman should have a positive career, being a great mother, being a great executive and all that, it has to do with planning. It has to do with choosing the right partner. It has to do with the partner choosing, I think I'm getting sick actually. I must have eaten something wrong. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It happens. It was a moment of children and men getting sick, meaning because for a second ago I got the other. Yeah, things happen. Life is life, right? Life is happening in the moment. Okay, so wow, let's hope he's well enough to come back again. What we do then is we not comment. Okay. But he talked a lot of. I think he shared a lot, and we go on to the next thing. There is the beautiful. That's your presentation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll introduce Annalisa in a second. There is this thing of unconscious bias, right? In diversity, equity, and inclusion, we talk a lot about unconscious bias.
Yeah.
And on my team, I always done everything I could to have people from absolutely all different nationalities possible, and also even different age groups, everything I could. At some point, I went to India, and I brought with me, I was working with a lady there called Kumi, and I brought with me Katya and Karen and Ekaterina and Dominique. And someone said to me, why is it that everybody on your team has a name that starts with K? And I thought, oh my God. But I just mentioned this, but the fact that there are a lot of Norwegians here was a coincidence. But sometimes, yeah. So another Norwegian, I'd like to introduce to you Annelise Eien. She's the executive director, the CEO of Andøya Technology Park. And that is in northern Norway, where they're developing now the whole space industry hub. She has an MBA in finance and management, also a business coach, and passionate and studying regenerative leadership. And she's also worked for more than 15 years in property development, in commercial real estate and coaching, and really passionate about intergeneration, nature, and life, and also buildings. So, okay, Annelise, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, okay. This is. It's on.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, thank you. I brought from the northern part of Norway, I brought this beautiful light because to remember that we are a part of nature. People love nature, and being in nature is really important for us humans to reconnect because we once for some 1,000 years ago, we were depending on nature. And from northern Norway and from indigenous people all over the world, or from, all over the world, we were, all the time dependent, and nature was our spiritual guide or a guide, and we listened to nature. And so I want to bring that as well into my speak today. And in the northern Norway, it's very harsh because during the winter, it's totally dark. And in the summer, it's just sun. You have the midnight sun all the time. So they live more cyclical during the year. And in business life, there are spring, summer, spring, summer, spring, summer. But we used to cope with seasons and cope with to be cyclical living. And also during the day, it's important to have the cyclical living. And during, if it's spring, you do different things and you get more creative than during, winter. So, but why I'm bringing this picture? Because my job as a CEO in northern Norway is within the space industry. This is the Arctic. It's very far up north. It's an island of 500 kilometers. And they only live 5,000 people there. So it's not very populated, but it's a big industry in the space industry. And they're just built, the industry has been since 69, so it's not new. But they just built a new launch site, a spaceport for small satellites. And that's the first in Europe, actually. And they're also, and my job is as a property developer on a technology park owned by the municipality. We are going to build the ecosystem around this spaceport to be landowner of a big land of 100 acres. We're going to build headquarters for Andøya Space and innovation center within new space economy, hotels, and also industry and factories that are supporting this Andøya Spaceport. So that's a little bit of background. And being a property developer, we are like, you know, a small one part of an ecosystem and have a lot of responsibility. But since this also is a small place in Norway, only live like 5,000 on a big island, we have some of us, like me and some in the municipality, has come together, and why don't do this like being a role model, how doing things differently. So we want to do this in a regenerative way and have the holistic view why developing this space, because we're going to recruit like, I think 100, 200, 300 people within science and high tech from all over the world. The space industry is like very global. And how to attract to this dark place, there is no sun, and create a community that you really want to live and stay in. So that's a hard task, actually. But if we do it differently, and I don't say that we manage, but that's our vision, to do it differently and do it in a regenerative way. And what is regeneration or regenerative? It's we are talking about, you know, to be sustainable businesses, and we are past beyond reaching those goals, and we are too late seeing the crisis of the human and nature and everything. We are across the borders of natural resources, so we are too late in the turning wheels are getting too fast. So we don't have time to do it sustainable, because that's to do the status quo. We have to do it a regenerative way. We have to create more life and health and well-being to people, businesses, and nature, because we are too late to doing it just as usual to sustain it. So sorry about the, you know, the 17 SDGs, but as business leaders, we should go far beyond that. And regenerative way, you have to be holistic. Wow, and that's a big task. So, but if you break it down, that the whole Earth is an ecosystem. All these countries and societies are smaller ecosystem within the ecosystem, the big ecosystem, and all these ecosystems are, you know, divided on until it's me, like one ecosystem. So I matter. I can do something differently if I come to the table and say something new that haven't been spoken about before. So, and how can I be that one in this ecosystem that says something new, or have some new insights that I want to bring forward to the table? And all the other stakeholders in the municipality, Andøya Space headquarters, all the people coming there, all the people living there, how can we come together and really do something totally different? Because why we're not reaching our goals in the also within SDGs is because the system is not helping us, and the business models are not helping us to recreate something that are better. We all people want to do something good and create something better, but we are stopped because the system and the business models are stopping us. So the system has to change, and then we have to rethink the system. Yeah. And as Andøya as well is an abandoned place, it's a lot of cracks. People are moving from there. It's an aging population. The municipality economy is like they are broke. So it's a lot of things, you know, and people are lonely, depressed, burnout. It's the same in this little place, beautiful place in Norway. It's just the same as in Bangladesh or wherever we are in the world. People are depleted. The earth we are exploding ourselves and the earth. But it's a lot of cracks in, to create this psychology safety that we need. The mountain, the stone, the solidity. But it's also the cracks is something the light can enter into the cracks. Yeah. And this is also me, we have polarities, and I have also a lot of cracks from, childhood traumas, and we have a lot of things. But if we come together, all the stakeholders, and ask the question, what do we really want? If we are going to recreate this place once more, what do we really want? How do we want to live? What kind of life? Do we need 8 hours a day? Or can we do it like in 4 hours? Because we know that pausing and doing some, bringing pauses and create more productivity. So why don't have a lot of pauses? And during this harsh landscape, we need to maybe go skiing during the day. And that's a possibility to do something else and create something else and attract those companies and people that want to live differently, live with the work-life balance. And then probably it's not problem with, taking kids or out of the school because it's already established yeah. So to do it regenerative, we have to think about, it's my inner, with all my wounds and all my everything. It's my inner ecosystem and it's my outer ecosystem. And how do this relationship, see that everything is interconnected. And what I've learned being a property developer for many, many years, and creating new buildings or new industry business parks or whatever, sitting together and as equals in the room, create innovation. Not innovation by itself, but we need to be really present because we know that the old system didn't work. The old way of doing things doesn't take us where we want. And so we don't know. So we have to go into the room together. We don't know what to create. And that needs a lot of self-esteem, a lot of courage to say that we don't know what to create because we want to fix all the time. We want to fix the system. We want to fix, and we are really jumping very fast to the conclusion. What I do personally, I connect with nature, reconnect with nature, being grounded, being more into myself and see that every people, we are all unique and we need the uniqueness into the business. We need all of you. You matter, but with your unique voice, not with who we are adapting or the identity, So we need to be unique. And where I find my uniqueness is in nature. When I'm quiet, just sitting, there I can find lots of insects as well. So to sum up, this should be like 3 points, but it's working with ecosystem. We need to see the big picture, to have a holistic view of all the ecosystem, but we also need to zoom in to what's really matter. So zooming in and zooming out, zooming into my inner ecosystem because I'm a part in this relationship with the other stakeholders. So I need to also connect on a deeply level. And to be conscious and be present and to create a safe space for others to be themselves. Create a safe place to bring in ideas into the table that we have never heard before. So, I don't know. Keep it simple. Look to nature and be present. And we need to, be nice. We are, and every decision we take, we should do it for the people, the society, the nature, and for the future. So take that into account. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's so interesting. We talked earlier today also, Sandy, you mentioned also when women are involved also in decisions, the sustainability, or we need to go to the next regeneration, is more often brought to the present. So it's also interesting to hear this experiment that you're doing now on Andea, and where you are both women and men, of course, working together. But this is being considered. So Annalisa, what is your vision for the future?
Of course, I want to live, in harmony, and I want to see workplace that do something different than and doing their business models different, because they can do it. They can sell the same services and products, but doing it differently. That are the better for us, the people, and nature. So.
And I think it's so interesting what you're saying. And also, Jessica, you mentioned this thing of relationships, because when we are living in a interconnected world, or relationship with each other, with nature, with the organization, that is so important, that how you do whatever you do becomes important. So I think this is very insightful, what you have all shared. And do you want to say one more thing, Jessica? No, you have to. Thank you. Because then, from based on what we have heard now of all the three presentations, really, I like that all of us here in the room are active. And may I ask Paula to give me that slide of the work? Because before we have a little coffee break, I'd like everybody to be active also as we together are discussing. If you sit together with new people that you didn't meet this morning, and I'll encourage you to do that, so you may actually swap around a little bit to share who you are, what you do really quickly. But then we go into the question about what are some new ways of working and leading for you. And here you have, including who I am and whatever you're doing, you have 5 minutes each. We can have up to 15 minutes to this discussion. So together in a little group, after which we resume, and we'll discuss together a little bit, and then we can go have a little break, and then it's back here. Okay, we start now 15 minutes. If you're 3 people, that's 5 minutes each. If you're 4 minutes, that is like 3.5 or something. And if you're 5, it's less and less and less. So yeah, exactly. Check. But that's why we say in the instructions, choose a timekeeper. I think I give, it's 15 minutes have gone, right? Or 2 more minutes. I mean, they look very happy though. And they started discussing. I'll give a couple more minutes. And then 3 more minutes. I don't think. Okay, so we have 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes and we end. Okay, whatever. So I would like, or maybe everybody can come back. I give it in 2 minutes. No, but I wait. I'm gonna say. I said maybe they heard 3 minutes. In 2 minutes, I just say it's finished. So it's okay. Also. Hello, everybody. Ooh. So if you can close off the conversation, I just wanted to hear from some of the groups before we take into the next thing. You have, or I want to continue to talk. I give you 2 more minutes and then we come back, okay? Two minutes. Anna, fortsätt, så kan kameras. Så,
Ja, men han tar bare notater, så han har sikkert tid her, vet du. Men
gentlemen, I would like to, it would be nice to hear from some of the groups. Huh? Anyone who wants to share, or nobody wants to. Okay. Okay, you can also just continue and know that there is coffee outside, and then we meet here at 4:30. I know. But okay, there is coffee outside, and we meet here at 4:30. Bye. Okay, we have to start. So press here when you. Yeah, this for PowerPoint. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start again, right? And some of you were wondering how is our speaker who was here before got a bit sick. He's taken care of. There are medical people in the building, so he's taken care of. So all just for you to know that. And I know there were a very engaged discussion just before break, and I was so happy to see all the people talking, making new friends, and differently your old friends also by talking about what we have inspired, what has inspired us. So from the bigger world in transition to new ways of working and leading, we're going to look this last session here today on how to make impact and also about our personal journeys as well, and some aspects that's related to how we can grow as humans individually and collectively. So I think this is also going to be a very, very exciting time that we will hear from amazing people again. And I know also in the room, I'm sure if I put every single one of you up here, you would have something amazing to share. So this is also good to know. And we will start now with Peter Koeing. And he is a principal at Koeing Enterprises, right? And I know that you have been working on developing different tools and systems to accelerate consciousness and human development for more than 40 years. You started up in finance and you worked a lot on money systems.
Property, actually.
Property, okay. But I got his book many years ago that is called 30 Lies About Money. So that's why I remember that part. And also, it's been working on the source principles and many other topics related to our consciousness. So, Peter, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah.
And I must say, I feel a certain nostalgia because I was invited by Christine to be a speaker at a big event with 800 at least thousand, was it?
Yeah,
in Prague in 2013. And I looked in my archives because I've got some pretty good archives. I didn't find, I think I've thrown away all the, all the participant lists and everything, but I did find something. And for my own peace of mind and nostalgia, I brought it along. It's my badge, my win badge. Because this was such a fantastic event, and I feel the same energy and space in this room here. It's just so wonderful, and I really do want to give Christine another hand for what she has been doing all these years. And we just spoke beforehand, and I was saying again, such kudos, because since 2013, it's really been, I know it's been challenging. All these wonderful sponsors that she had, showing where their engagement is or isn't nowadays, how they can sort of melt away. And I'll come to the subject of money.
Yeah.
Very often, they're there when things are going well, and immediately there's a little shortage of money or something. Suddenly there's all this engagement and all this commitment and all this funding, which is supporting all these nice projects. Suddenly it sort of evaporates. And we see even the signs outside here in this room. Have you seen these signs which say that, while all this money is being spent on military spending, they're having to cool off the rooms here because of the budget here in the UN. Can you believe that? So, so we're living in a very, very strange world at the moment.
Yeah.
And Christine asks that we get a bit personal, so I'll get a bit personal with my own background. So my name is Koenig, but I'm English, and I've had a question now: how does that happen? So Koenig is English is the translation for those that don't know. It's a German word for king, and my family of origin comes from Central Europe, from what is now the Czech Republic. And I have my grandfather's genes very strongly in me. So I come from you don't know this, but I come from a large industrial family in a place called Brno, Czech Republic. My family had the largest factories actually in the town, textile factories. And one of the family houses there is now the main museum. It's called the Tugendhat House, which some of you may possibly know. Oh, thank you. And another of the factories down the road, about 15 kilometers away in a little place called Burnenetz, is actually, for those of you that have seen Schindler's List, it was actually one of our family's factories. And a second cousin of mine lives here in Geneva, is in the process of renovating it all as a museum for memory of the Holocaust. But more than that, also because we were the leaders in technology at the time, long before AI and everything else. But actually, Central Europe was the center of modern industry, almost worldwide at that time. So that's part of my background. But the family was Jewish and had to leave just before the war. The family was refugees, and I was born in England by chance and grew up. My parents intended me to be, like a good Englishman, more or less successful, probably less successful rather than more. But I was sent to good English schools and had strong ambitions, career ambitions, as many of us refugees from refugees families had or still have. And I was successful in a very conventional way. Went into business, studied property, became employed, was recruited out to Switzerland, to make it briefly, to Zurich, where I still live, 52 years ago, for one of the largest multinationals, to look after their properties, and was making money in all sorts of different ways. I had 13 Swiss bank accounts at one time, all nicely going up. And what happened to me was that I was still even more ambitious. So I came here to Geneva to take my MBA. It was a short course. It's now part of IMD in Lausanne, which some of you may know. Got my MBA. I wanted to double, triple my salary, still some more, because it was endless and I saw the perspectives. But what happened to me was that during one of my first ever so-called workshops, I had a spiritual epiphany. I can only describe it that way. And I was 33 years old. I discovered what I called then was love. Discovered that everybody, I thought, loved me and I loved everybody. And I thought, property, I was planning to set up a chartered surveyor's business here in Switzerland with a large company at the time that still exists called Chesterton's. They were really interested to set up in Switzerland, and I was in deep negotiations with them. And then I thought, property is really not interesting compared to developing people and getting them to have epiphanies like I've had. So I did what most people usually do at 65. I retired, aged 33. And decided, now I will do whatever I want to do in life. And actually, I've been doing that ever since. But beginning, I didn't really know what that would be. So I thought, I'm a businessman. What does business need? And then I saw, well, it's obvious, isn't it? And it still is obvious. What's needed in business is love. So I said, well, I was incredibly naive. I still am, actually. But I said, well, what I'll do is I'll create love in business. And I thought this would be a pretty easy and simple thing to do. So I went into strategic consulting to help business people create love. And we started creating with my partners in Boston at the time of sort of people like Peter Singer. This was the early 80s. We created vision processes. We got people in touch with their values. We got people in touch with their communication. We got them to communicate well together, after they'd been silent with each other and there was all this conflict going. We thought, we're doing fantastic work. We're getting German Germans in large multinational companies who are on a Z basis, if you understand what I'm saying, the Z and you do. And we get them all to go do to each other, make dutsis, you know, after they've been years making Z's with each other. We thought, we're really changing the world. And then after 3 or 4 years, I saw exactly what I was describing before. All these companies, all these people, these individuals, which were having such heartfelt communications with each other in our processes. 3 years later, 4 years later, I saw absolutely nothing coming out of them. Absolute zero. And this was so disappointing. So disappointing. I thought, you know, these are the powerful people in the world that we are in touch with here. We are transforming them. We were, you know, 36, 37 years old. My partners and I were extremely arrogant. Thought we're changing the world. But I had to accept we weren't. And at that point, I thought, what's the problem? And I saw that the real problem was that these people were running, and I too, were running after money. And yet we didn't have a clue, because we'd never, and I'd never researched this, what is money doing to us? What is money doing to me? How come I'm running after money and want to double and triple my salary when I've got so much money in the bank already? So I thought I'd take a 6-month sabbatical and research this. So I took a 6-month sabbatical, and the 6 months turned eventually into 10 years. So my second career, to keep things relatively short, was what I call creating money work, which is the ability to research your relationship to money. And each one of us in this room, I guarantee you, from 40 years of research in this, has a different relationship, which makes the work so fascinating. Because if you're willing to look into it, if you come to me, Sandy, and you want to look into your relationship to money, I haven't a clue what it's going to be until we get talking. But within 5 minutes, I can analyze it for you. In 5 minutes, I can see, and if you should be wanting to change it in a way, I developed a system to help change it. So that has been my second career in terms of the money work. And naive as I was, I thought all business people will want to know about this because business is about money. Only to discover that it's such a taboo subject that people started pushing away. Who wants to be honest about their relationship to money? And look today, have things changed a lot? Well, for me, they have changed a lot, because at the beginning, when I started to talk about it, I could only attract 1 or 2 people. But now there are many, many people. I have an ecosystem of about 2,000 people and 100 practitioners who are actually doing this work. So there is a growing demand for it, even though we're only touching a tiny little section of the world community. This is very briefly what the money work is about, but I developed then later by chance another tool which I call source work, which is about, I started to look into how do we all realize our projects when we have an idea as founders of projects, entrepreneurs or whatever. And in 2009, I brought a group of 12 founders together and said, let's have a look how each of us realize our projects, and discovered by chance that we all do the same thing. And I was so amazed about this, because it was nothing, what I do and what you do if you're a founder has nothing to do with what we are taught at business school. And I thought, this is really important, because we're all taught management and how to run a system which is like producing widgets at the end of a production line. It's all linear. This is what is, I regret, is still, I think, largely being taught in business schools. Has nothing to do with how you receive an idea, you have a vision, and you actually go about realizing it. So I started to bring more groups and more groups, over 100, and my colleagues were probably up to about nearing 1,000 groups of entrepreneurs that we brought together. And I brought them together to refine a description of this process. It's not a theory. It's from empirical evidence of thousands of people now about how we realize our projects. And I call it source work. It's now in 2 books which have been written from my colleagues. One is called, well, it's described in your, I won't go into details, described in your description there. So these have been my 2 works, my 2 major works up to now. And this year, I'm feeling very, very strongly called to something completely different, but related, which is a 3rd one. And it very much relates to what we're doing here, which is around global harmony. Because what I realized is that, you know, the reason I started doing this was in 1991, 1992, I started putting out my money work. It was the time of Rio. Do you remember the Earth Summit? Some of you are old enough to remember the Earth Summit. And at that time, I was also engaged with some group called the Gaia Foundation out of London. Vandana Shiva was part of it, Wangari Maathai, and doing work with the Amazon, the Yanomami and the Amazon, etc., etc. And we had a lot of optimism at that time around stopping the forest, the fires in the rainforest, etc., etc., etc. If I fast forward to now, and the work that I've put myself into, and you have put yourself into, and all of you have put yourself into, and I look at the results of what's happening today in the world, increasing militarization, Gaza, Ukraine, 170 war zones on our planet. I'm back to square one in a sort of sense that we're not doing enough. And I put myself first. I'm not doing enough. My work isn't enough. And for the last couple of years, I've been talking about what's really needed is to interweave. We're all many of us in separate silos with trying to scale up our individual things. But actually what we need to do is bring them, interweave them together. And with that, I'm not allowed to advertise, so I'm not going to advertise, just give you some information. With some colleagues, a couple of whom are in this room, we are actually creating not just a summit to interweave, but we're inviting what we're calling a summit of summits. So we're inviting people with established summits, with established communities, and with established networks like this one to join together, not in the sense that we're going to give a seminar of how to do anything, but exactly from the reverse, that we don't know what to do. Let's explore together. And the idea, my vision, which I know you were about to ask me.
Yeah. Sure.
I learn quickly. So my vision is actually to create a citizens movement with this. So I'm out of business. I've never been in politics or government, but this is a political process inviting us as citizens to have a voice and break what I'm calling silent complicity. It is silent complicity that created National Socialism. And we're all silent. And we heard also about the silence of women. So my final comment is that this is actually a feminine movement. It's about the feminine because it's easy to create a masculine mob against Trump, against Biden, against war, against whatever. That's no difficulty. We can get the men up there, the men to create a mob. but to create a loud voice which is attractive enough to actually de-escalate hostility. This is what this is about. A loud voice of people primarily from the feminine who want peace and prosperity on this planet. And I am absolutely convinced that the majority of the world population wants peace and prosperity and not more warheads and sending mothers and grandmothers sending their grandsons to the front on both sides to just kill each other and not come back to be fathers, you know. So this is where my energy is right now. And anybody who's interested is invited. If you have an established network, you're invited. We were limiting it. It's in person in Japan, 60 people. But we're inviting everybody here. If you have a favorite network you're part of, and there's a leader of this network that you admire, please have them come to Japan and join us. We want to have the major leaders with us to go into this exploration together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So a couple of things I think is beautiful also, the awareness of the feminine, that you receive an idea. A lot of creative processes, a lot of even books out there, as you say, are even to get a better organization, even a better life is based on linear thinking. So it's very interesting that you are sharing that more feminine, that we receive an idea and from there you follow it, you know. Also the tragedy of not speaking up. Sometimes it's very hard for many women. There's been so harsh consequences of speaking up in the past. And those that believe in reincarnation would even say, even in previous life, you know, who hasn't been burnt as a witch type thing. But even in this life, if you talk a bit too much outside of the system, you lose your sponsors, you may lose your friends. So it hurts in the cells of your body. So, and I think that's where also men can be part of this together with the women. And that women support each other too, that even if it's tough, that we don't get silent, but that we stay up. Yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, please, last
because
thing.
I loved what we had this morning
Yes.
around when women say yes,
Yeah.
no one can say no. But I want to add something in there, because is our lady who led the song here? Okay. Okay, I've got something I want to put in the middle. When women say yes, men go weak in the knees. And no one can say no to that.
I get it. Thank you. Also, he was showing us the badge. It's a badge that we ask people to recycle and so on, and it's made of hard plastic, not just some soft thing that we have again and again and again. But the organization, the company, I think, are no longer existing. So, but it's a good thing. It's good memory. Thank you.
I'll auction it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're worth. They even have a diamond. It's shining.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And we are taking in all the things you said. And we are moving now to our friend from the Netherlands, Wendelin van der Last, who is a DEI consultant for the Dutch government at the moment. But that's just a little fraction of what she does. She's a historian. She has her PhD. She has written a lot on particularly Roman history and the feminine side of all of this. So she's gone through with interdisciplinary work with the archaeologists to find what's the truth, where was the power in the past. And she's also very passionate about philosophy. And the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And nice to see so many friendly faces again. So many people I not only recognize, but I think over the last year and a half really have become friends with. And today in the exercises that we did, I think I met a couple of new friends again. And it was lovely that in the last sort of section that we had, I thought, listen, I can say this here, I need to go to the loo, but I thought these two ladies really feel wonderful. Let's stay for a couple of minutes. And on the question of who we are, Audrey said, I am a good friend. And I thought that was what I needed to hear, because today I'm going to talk about friendship and leadership. And I know I'm probably preaching to the choir here. I know this is a favorable setting, but if we bring it back to our, well, perhaps less favorable settings back at home, we might be able to make a difference. And first of all, I want to start with a story. And I share this oftentimes, but for me, it still encapsulates the magic of what history and philosophy, ancient history, can do for us. And it starts with a molecule. And when I was 12 years old, I heard something on TV that really changed my life. I heard that in our lifetimes, we all inhale one molecule of everyone who has ever lived before us on planet Earth. And I was mesmerized. My 12-year-old brain just couldn't fathom it. If I had inhaled a molecule of everyone who has ever lived before, and let me make it clear, I was only thinking of good people, not for some reason all the less admirable ones were kept out of the story, and I will keep them out today as well. But my brain went to the teenage pharaoh, Tutankhamun. I don't know why, but it went there, and I thought of Martin Luther King, of whom I had just seen a snippet of his I Have a Dream speech, and I was mesmerized. It felt that through pure osmosis, I now had inhaled a little bit of stardust, and I could bring that with me on my journey through life. And I really firmly believe that this was what led me to studying history, antiquity studies, and philosophy, and in the end made me fall in love with doing research into leadership and female leadership on the intersection of happiness and success as well, and that's where history, archaeology, and philosophy met. And I did research initially into female leadership in Roman times, and although it would be sort of the most apt to talk about that today, it's not what I'm going to talk about today. And after hearing all the speakers today, I feel that I made the right decision to speak about something else that's really close to my heart, and that is friendship and leadership. And I feel really empowered for choosing that topic, hearing about your invitation to bring in also the spiritual and emotional realm, to bring in our dreaming, to validate our reality in the fact that we are allowed to dream, and also to pioneer harmony. And for that, I want to take you back to Athens, to the Athens of Aristotle in about 325 BC, so almost 2,500 years ago. And this era in which Aristotle lived, before you think there's not much correlation between back then and now. He lived in the aftermath of the demise of the first democracy ever seen worldwide. And he lived in a time of political turmoil, of danger, of fear, of oppression, of a rapidly changing world. And there was crisis every day. And I think we heard Karen explain the word crisis as danger meeting opportunity. And in the Greek word krinomai means actually a moment to sift out. A moment of crisis is an opportunity to get rid of what doesn't work anymore. So there in Athens, in this turmoil, Aristotle came up with his view on friendship. And he saw that this friendship was something that should be incorporated not only in private, but certainly in public life as well. And back then, public and private were much more fluent. There was not much of a division between that. And he argued that we needed friendship, and he argued that actually in politics, friendship is the basis of a good constitution. So let me explain what he meant by that. So first of all, I want to give you the definition of friendship that Aristotle used. And he said, it's a form of optimal functioning, and what's more, it's a necessity. It's a necessity in life, since no one would choose to live without, even if one is in the possession of everything else in life. Well, I think that's quite a bold statement for someone who was such a big leader at the time, leading his lyceum and teaching about this in his lyceum as well. But he applied this, as I said, to politics and to all social institutions where people were asked to collaborate on a shared goal. And you can see where the similarity is with our corporate environment. And he actually had 3 types of friendships he distilled. And I will explain them to you and where this political friendship actually came in. Well, the first type of friendship was the friends of pleasure, as he called it. And we know them. These are the people we go to the bar with, have a drink with. And these are also the people in our workplaces. We go to the coffee machine and just have a break. Just talk about our soccer games this weekend or something else. These are the friends of pleasure. They are needed, but they are not as important as the second one. And these friends were the friends, as he called it, friends of virtue, the friends who we share our utmost values and morals with. And this was a sort of an exclusive type of friendship. It might actually enter love. You might feel you have found your soulmate or your emotional partner. But you can also encounter that, of course, in your friendship. And I think we all recognize that there's some sort of the same fireworks as you can feel as falling in love when you meet a new friend. It's exciting and you feel it just matches. But the third one is the one that was reserved for this sort of useful friendship. And he called it friends of benefit, not to be confused with another term nowadays. I wouldn't recommend that as a leadership option, probably. But friends of benefit is what he called it. And these were friendships that you had to create in order to achieve a shared goal. And it wouldn't mean you have to like the other one, but you needed to strive for creating a friendship. And in that, he actually said, and I don't know if I had that quote, I'm coming back to that, but he said, no, I'm going to use this one. He actually said, don't confuse these friends of benefit with a lesser type of friendship, because he says in all 3 types of friendship, there's a form of mutual love that is not unnoticed by those involved and have the well-being of each other in mind and heart. And I think that's really profound, to have that word love in a political setting, in a setting of corporate collaboration, is huge. And it might actually make you wonder, how on earth am I going to make that work back at home? But we'll come to that. The thing, oh yeah, it was Aristotle, yeah. The thing is, we're going forward, that friendships can enter your life in various ways, and it can lift you up, both privately and in a business setting. And this is where I want to give you an example of how friendships showed up in the last 6 months, actually, for me. Working now for the government, where we have a team of DEI specialists, of which I'm just a part. And this team, we try to create we are creating a program around inclusive leadership. And for that, I composed a questionnaire and I sent it to the leaders I admire. Kristen also had the questionnaire, and those answers were absolutely amazing. But what struck me was that most of these people offered, they didn't know me at all. I knew their books, their studies, and they offered me right away to hop on a Zoom, hop on a call. Someone actually invited me to Paris for lunch. And these were people, in my opinion, big names who I would have assumed wouldn't even answer my email. But within a couple of days, I received these responses. And I just want to share and uphold these wonderful people, not only for that friendly act, but also because I think you would all benefit and fill your souls with reading these books. And the first is Rishika Tolshan. She really is a powerhouse. She's an inclusivity expert, business journalist, and she wrote Inclusion on Purpose. And she is all about creating cultures of belonging. Cultures of belonging. The second one is a major at West Point Military Academy, and his name is Mike Irwin, and his book is Leadership as a Relationship. And he says within the military, it's not sort of affection that we strive for amongst each other, it actually is love. We need, if we go on a campaign, it is love that we ask for among the comrades. That's quite a thing, because these boys, mainly boys, not necessarily are friends with each other. So that's an interesting one. Then we have Anne-Valérie Courbos, and her book was just published last month. And I'm gonna take out, because she has a wonderful quote. She says, it's all about building relationships and the nuances about the depth and breadth of these relationships. And what I really loved, and we feel that to be true, historically, women have been the weavers of social connections in clans, tribes, families, and society. And this is where I think we can really endorse this friendship in leadership, because I think for women, it comes perhaps even more natural. The next one is the very kind professor at Mid Sloan, James Rhee, Korean descent. And he says he made kindness the core business model of Ashley Stewart, a big corporate, store in the States. He saved from bankruptcy through this philosophy of kindness. His Red Helicopter was also published last month. Really, absolutely amazing book as well. And there we have our twin sister, Roxanne Durhodge, with Return on Relationship. And she argues that the best, valuable investment you can make is an investment in relationships. So for me, all these aspects can be brought under the umbrella of friendship. All these aspects that they talk about, all these aspects that we think about when we talk about servant leadership, inclusive leadership, authentic leadership, we can sort of let that go if we enter the collaborations from a friendship standpoint. And for me, that is where the magic is, because I have practiced this myself, not only in private life, but also in my work life. And I do see where it has not only multiplied what I can do and enhanced what I can do, but it has accelerated actually what I can bring and what kind of ripple effect I can create. But on another note, I want to make it more personal, what I think friendship and leadership can do, because leadership, of course, as you all know, is both personal and formal. And the last 2 years have been, and I see my friend there, so I get a little bit emotional now. The last 2 years have been really hard. And when I look around this room, I see so many people I had only met in the last year and a half due to you, who I can call my true friends. And I see you, Royston, you have actually reached out to me in Rome. You didn't know me, you had only heard me speak, and you heard that my little boy was ill, and you extended the extremely friendly offer. You could ask me if you could help out. That really touched my soul, and I think that's an act of friendship. But I look around this room and I see the women and men who have extended their friendship to me and had made all the difference between 2 years ago when everything was dark and everything felt like it had been washed away underneath me. And within sort of a year and a half, I've refounded my foundations. And I can honestly say that has all to do with friendship. So for me today is a call for friendship. Please be a friend, not only in life, but also in work. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. It's so nice to know it works, you know, that this way we're not alone. And when there is problems, things happen. So in a way, I think like when you're dreaming of the future, you already said it. It's a society of friends, I guess, you know.
Yeah, and what I really love is it's also much more practical now in the sense that you know that just over the last 6 months I started working for the Dutch government, and it's also my aim now, and I feel that really in a very practical sense, the fact that my manager and I were enabled to come here to also go on behalf of the Dutch government. I don't say that we have everything sorted out. Absolutely not, because we're just a flawed society as everywhere else. But the fact that we are facilitated in this, that we are seen in this, I think is a very hopeful sign. And I just want to push forward and create some change.
And it also reminds me about sometimes when we feel we have nothing, if you have a lot of friends, we have a lot, you know. So it's important to think. Even Win was started that way. I mean, there was nothing at the kitchen table, but I knew a lot of people. So somehow it just resonated out. Yeah. So, and I think that is a good leeway also into our next speaker, who is Sanas Javadi. I don't know your name, Faraz. Sadi, do I say that correct? The last surname. Anyway, our friend here is an international advisor, mentor, lawyer, project manager, and she has more than 20 years of experience in international trade and worked for several of the UN organizations, especially WIPO, and passionate advocate for women, particularly women in Iran, but actually women worldwide. And I want to hear from you, Sanas, today a little bit about your story and how you came about being so passionate in mentoring other women and men for that sake. Yeah, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Christine. I think this is the fourth time I'm speaking at WIN, and I have had privilege working with Christine over the last 3 years and also being a speaker. It was started as a part of Women Life Freedom movement in Iran. I'm Iranian by origin, 10 years in Switzerland. So you asked me to go to my personal journey, so I don't want to take your time much about my slides, but if the timing allows, I will just go through the slides as well. So being a lawyer, of course, like I was a very overactive, proactive kid, and I always wanted to, you know, like do something in life, because of course Iran at the time that I was living, it was amazing, family oriented. There were a lot of opportunities to study, to work, but of course day by day, week by week, month by month, the situation was getting harder and harder. And of course, being a woman lawyer in the country, it's not easy at all, either on the men community, government side, or private sector side. So because I've worked both with the Iran government and also private sector, so I was always opposed by men that I wasn't good enough, I was young to have a high position, or I was a woman, why I wanted to be this active. My only role was getting married and bringing children, which I wasn't looking for. So due to the sanctions against Iran, so economic sanctions, which has really affected our lives over the last 45 years, I had to move out of the country because I always wanted to have international job, but I couldn't, and my position was removed. I was legal manager for an international company, so I lost my job. I started to work in neighboring countries, in UAE, in Turkey, but again, they were not so receptive to Iranians, unfortunately, because when you are coming from an isolated country, from business and diplomacy perspective, and you are not white, of course, not everyone takes you seriously. So with the hope of getting something in United Nations and being a women's rights advocate, I moved to Geneva. I studied in Switzerland. I did half of my degrees here, my second master, then I started PhD. And it was a lucky time. It was the time that business was opening up in Iran, US-Iran negotiation was happening 2015 and 16. So I had tons of job opportunities in Geneva, United Nations, Swiss government, and private sector. The timing was right, and I got my first project with Swiss government. So advising Swiss government on the trade and intellectual aspects, like for bilateral relation with Iran. Then through working with Swiss delegation, it paved my way to different UN agencies, including WIPO. But again, I wasn't really, I wasn't used to diplomatic or international communities. So I started to do a lot of awareness raising and education. I wasn't mentor at the time. So for Iranian students, legal community to come to Geneva, because we really feel isolated. We feel like, okay, we are not taking really seriously. Even in Geneva, everyone talks about Ukraine, Gaza, Palestine, with all due respect to each and every nationality, but Iranians are being left behind. And I'm not saying so because I'm Iranian, because I'm interacting with Iranians on a daily basis, and I feel the pain. I see how my family life, my friends' life, my colleagues' life has been impacted, even for me, an Iranian outside the country. So it's not an easy life for me. 10 years in Switzerland, day by day, daily struggle, stress about everything, financial issues, work permit here and there. But I think Karen mentioned this morning, like I always try to make opportunities out of challenges. So working with Swiss government, UN agencies, and on the trade side, not on human rights side, coming from a sanctioned country. And so on the way, because of being outspoken, as you mentioned this morning, it's not easy. Like Christine, you also mentioned, you lose friends, you lose so many things because you're outspoken and you want to be exposed to talk about the things that not everyone talks about it. And people are like, oh, Sanaz, you're talking too much, be silent. Like I've heard this a lot of time in Geneva. Okay, maybe Geneva is not the right place to talk about these issues. You have to be more discreet. You have to be more diplomatic. And I'm not diplomatic, and I paid a very high price. I lost my job in 2018. I was opposed by Iran government. I lost my job because they were like, you stop your activities, otherwise, you go back to Tehran, get married, bring children. What do you want to do? Anyways, yeah, so since September 2018, my life hasn't been easy, almost 6 years, but it triggered somehow me being a mentor and active on women's rights more and more. Of course, I believe in awareness raising, education, and also collaboration. But me deep diving more and more to women issues as a mentor started during pandemic time. So I had a talk in UN on providing protection to local communities and indigenous women, where really my heart is to work with rural areas and local communities. Then my colleagues, Julia, they're from Organization of Women International Trade, and my colleagues from European Union, so many organizations found me through that one single picture on LinkedIn. So it paved my way. I started a lot of awareness raising training, and then it's 5 years that I'm doing each year mentorship for different institutions, including Graduate Institute Geneva, UN agencies, UN Women, WIPO, and so I've been doing a lot of projects everywhere. And again, being an Iranian, I have been trying to be outspoken and work with the agencies that no Iranian has been working before. And since pandemic, I have a small group of my mentees that are working together, and we are doing a lot of awareness raising about United Nations courses, summer schools, internship, fellowship, scholarship opportunities that they have. And we have registered over 250 Iranians in UN courses. A lot of them got internship and fellowship in Geneva. So putting that aside, my mentorship journey has different layers. I have been mentoring academic institutions, civil society, UN agencies, and also women in business and women in legal affairs. So I don't know how much time I do have, but yeah, so you see 4 minutes, okay. So as I said, for me, again, I mean, you mentioned that being a part of WIN has been a trigger point for you. For me also, being away from home, and you have to be away from home, and you have to be away from your family, and have no choice rather than staying here. Even if you don't want, you cannot go back home because you don't know the consequences if you go back. It hasn't been easy. I got sick, I went through surgery, and the thing that is really bothering me a lot is that no one or not so many people understand the point you are coming from. So either through the mentorship, it's a very rewarding journey, but at the same time, it's so challenging because the women who are in their comfort zone, or they had easy life, or they have different cultural background, they don't really know where you're coming from. And you always like, I'm still single, I have no kids, but I feel like I'm like a pushing mom that I wanna push my mentees to get to something. And when they cannot, I get really frustrated. So it's really like, it's been really challenging. And sometimes you get harassed, you get bullied, they do things against you. It's not easy, like women can be against women, right? So it's not an easy journey, but I think like over 60% of my work these days is mentorship, even through UN. There is more and more happening on the mentorship side, paid mentorship, thank God. So yeah, so as I said, like I'm a lawyer, I'm still a lawyer for the sake of continuing living in Switzerland or extending my residence permit. I'm okay with any legal job, but I can still draft a contract and, you know, like I do corporate things, but I know where my treasure is. I know where my passion is. And just yesterday, I heard from one of my mentees in Iran. Can you imagine? We have sanctions, currency fluctuation. You hear a lot of good news coming from Iran every day. So he just wrote me that he got full scholarship from Geneva Academy here to come to study. And so for me, it's so rewarding when you hear every day you wake up, and my another mentee got a full scholarship for US. A lot of them got, like my mentee got a job in IOM. So a lot of them, you know, so this is the second time that I'm presenting these slides, and this is the mentorship that I'm also doing for women entrepreneurs. So to wrap it up, because there are a lot, you know, like they are all my mentorship experiences. To wrap it up, next week we are gonna launch a new mentorship program by two different UN agencies in Geneva, and I'm so proud to be a co-lead and co-coach of this project because of all this work that I have been doing for women. And yeah, so I mean, I don't want to take the time because I know that you might be exhausted and tired, but yeah, I can go on and go on. And I just want to mention that I have also lost a lot of projects and job opportunities because of being Iranian. I've been told a lot of time, you're not European, you know, and, you know, I'm fighting for my mentees to get something. And I really need someone to fight for me as well. You know, yeah, honestly, I feel I'm super independent, super. I never ask for help, but especially within last few months, because I've been living in constant stress on day-by-day basis, and I saw so many things from the women that I was hoping that they would help me, and they did things behind my back. So yeah, I also need a mentor to be willing to invest on me, and yeah, so yeah, thank you.
So there's some else. So where do you get your energy from?
I pray a lot.
Yeah.
I cook a lot. And I'm also connected to amazing women like yourself and other friends in this room. So yeah, last few years, honestly, these women networks have been my family. I couldn't have been survived. It's not easy being away from it's 6 years I haven't seen my mom. So, and I don't know if I can see her again. Yeah, so this is the issue. I can go on and take your all evening time nagging about this and that, but yeah, this is the reality. And again, the reason that I'm here, it's not that I want to be exposed or I want to talk or no. I feel responsible to talk about Iran and what is happening there and how isolated we are. That's it. I have fulfilled whatever I want in my career. Even if I cannot stay in Switzerland, I can do backpacking all over Africa or Latin America. I don't really care because I'm a restless soul. I can travel, whatever. But I feel so bad that they contact me every day and they're like, could you please find us some opportunity out of the country? We cannot stay here anymore. And, you know, like my mom was telling me the other day that she cannot even get out of the place to go to grocery shopping because the police is exposing all women. So it's not an easy situation, and we don't feel like a lot of awareness raising about Iran is happening now. So I feel responsible to do this for the people who might need my help, or at least the awareness raising that I'm doing. So thank you so much for hearing my story, and yeah.
I think it's also very interesting what Sanas was saying, that having herself a very stressful situation, she's pouring her heart and her talent into helping others with a mentoring. And sometimes you notice all the people who are doing so much for others. It's like a good way to heal yourself. So whatever you have, give, and in some ways it heals you and will give you a hug after. So I get touched by everybody. So it's so nice to be together. And I think also take in this healing space we are in today, because there is also a healing space of being together. And I don't know a single woman who has not experienced any kind of harassment or some also really extreme abuse. But everybody has experienced some sort of trouble in some ways. I mean, men also, of course, but the extreme abuse that so many women have gone through, and the lesser abuse, but still harassment, I think that is also causing sometimes the women not to speak up, because it hurt so much last time. So this is also something to be aware of. Also, when we sometimes we excuse those that don't speak up, but and sometimes it comes from there. So how we can help each other, also those that are bitching behind your back or something, maybe it's because they're so scared because they spoke up once and that was really horrible for them. So I mean, there are some people who are simply evil, of course, we know that, but many people are just scared, you know, and that goes for men. That goes for men also. We know men, so many men, sorry, they just need to wake up to this thing that women have had the more difficult time in the professional life, and many men just like switch on and they're on and they understand and they're so helpful. And then there are those that are power hungry, don't want to give it away, but that goes also for women. So I think knowing and trusting, and Norwegians are particularly trusting, as we knew from the statistics just before, but I think we can trust that most people are good people, they're just not awake. So our job of awakening, women and men, women also, as we also know, we grew up in a patriarchy, every one of us, is very important in this moment. So coming together, even today, I'm sure everybody got some sort of insight and woke up a little bit or thought inside about something new or something different, or something very old that is coming back, like she's talking about. I mean, the friendship idea wasn't exactly invented today, you know?
No, and I thought that was interesting because Royson said we should not sort of use the historical, the rules from history. I thought we might sort of a little bit.
Yeah. But I want us to share a little bit before we have some closing remarks, but this thing that many are going through a lot of stress at the moment. Okay, there's a lot of stress. Like Sanas was saying, oh my God, you know, like maybe I will never see my mom again, or you know, or here you have, oh, my child was sick, or someone else has just lost her job, and at the moment a lot of companies are they're contracting because they don't know what to do, or someone else, they started their own business, but then you know, whatever, they lost their client, there's no unemployment, but there are a lot of things. There are a lot of people going stressed, or the children are sick. I mean, today we had 2 women run out the door because their children were sick. You know, there's a lot of things to balance, a lot of stress. So I think also that's another reason to come together and connect, because it's very distressing. There was a famous study from Harvard Nursery School from 1952. So again, no news, but still relevant. And it says that for women, it's extremely important to come together with other women to de-stress. So just sharing. You know, maybe your friend, you're the same sisters, knowing this, but you share and you de-stress. So and it's important for men too, but they do it a little bit differently. So if someone says to you, oh, you're going to an event for women, I bring, you know, why? No, it's important for your mental health. So, and then you get contacts and you network and give it value also. I studied a lot on, I've written a lot on networking or connecting people, and I saw a lot of studies on that. And men are actually spending more time on networking, even if women are very good connectors, they're very good at relationship building. But because of that time, where women often say, "Oh, I need to work." But what if going out and meet your sisters is a part of your work because of the friendship aspect you mentioned, the mentoring aspect, or the work aspect, and that is good and it's good for your mental health. So that is something I saw that women spend like 20% only compared to men on the 80% of this thing. So it's a much more being a good schoolgirl, this, we are doing good, we get good grades in school. Women are getting very good grades in school now, better than men. But there is something about that's not the only thing. We also need to be out there and meet people and have friendships and connections. Can I get the next slide, please? Because I just want us now to have a little bit of a conversation again in small group, because I thought, okay, maybe today, maybe it's good, Do you feel that the purpose of what you're doing right now is impactful enough? Or do you need to up it a little? Or maybe not, okay? Please, groups of 3, ideally. And here we have, I wrote 2 minutes per person, but we can have, what we really need to respect is that at 10 to 6, we stop the conversation, okay? 10 to 6. And a big warm applause for our speakers. Yeah, Royston, I also need Royston to come. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, in about 10 minutes, we are closing the room. Royston, can I get you up here? Royston. Gotta get it. Go and get it.
And I think the microphone isn't working. The microphone isn't working.
Guys, okay.
I wanted to put everything in.
Okay. So we have come to the end of this day of sessions and work, conversations and speeches. So yeah, can we just stop? Okay, so thank you very much, and I'm really happy that the conversation's been flowing so well, and I know that we are going to have, for those of you that signed up for it, a little reception outside, so we can continue to talk and also enjoy something to drink and a little snack. So that's very nice. But as a closing word, maybe also Royston would like to share something of your impression for today. A couple of words, a few minutes, please.
Only 2 words, okay.
Only 2 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I think the first thing I'd like to say, it's an absolutely amazing and humbling experience to be here, to see so many journeys, so many different aspects of life. It's a kaleidoscope of, I think, emotions and spiritual intelligence and journeys. And as Christian said, it's not been easy for women or any. As a dyslexic, I know many of the different aspects of falling down pits. Yeah. One of the most important things for me is the challenge of institutional harassment. And that's where you have a power imbalance and where people are actually abused on a daily basis. We see it in family courts, we see it in medicine, we see it in education, and we see it in bureaucracy where the system is more important than people. And I think what speaks to me most of all is that the courage that everybody has here, and we have to fight against that. You probably know the International Labour Organization. They've done a number of studies now where if you commit institutional harassment, there is no time limit, there's no claim limit. The directors of French Telecom who committed institutional harassment where 19 people committed suicide were sent to jail. So the law is very clear, international law of harassment. Now, what you need to now is have people who are lawyers and see examples, and you create case studies. And then it will be much more clearer to organizations and institutions if they hurt people and don't recognize their duty of care. Even the Nuremberg trials said that you can't do something, you have a duty of care always. So we need to bring that to the forefront. And that may be part of this process of helping a lot of people. I think women are particularly vulnerable to this abuse. So you can put stakes in the ground and work together to make it no longer acceptable. And I think your stories here today make me very humbled. I carry the bags for people that are more important, especially Kristen.
Thank you so much, Royston, for your. So I want to also a few thank yous. Also, first of all, thank you to all of you that have been here with us. I would like to thank the WIN team also for this. Who is Stella here? Yeah, there. So big applause to Stella.
Lovely.
Amazing project manager who is super intelligent and is on top of everything and had a very beautiful relationship also with the United Nations, I think. You want to say something, Estella, or you?
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Big thank you.
And there's a big thank you to you. And there's also Min, who has been handling all the participants. You all got an email from her very yeah. And there is Sarah, there is, you're organized with all the volunteers that have been helping, thank you. And we have, and also amazing saunas, you've been connecting us to so many people, thank you so very much. And we also have 2 people on the team that are not here. We have Siba in Iran and Vibke in Germany. And there are other people on the team that you all got a booklet this morning, so you have all the names and all the people there too. Right. Anyone I forgot, Estela? Yeah, the volunteer team. Yeah, thank you. From the most of the people have come from the Graduate Institute, and a few others, and Paula here. So thank you so much, and Adriana also, but mostly from the Graduate Institute. So this is also good to engage people who are in the student year. They're in the master program, everybody, right? Yeah. So this is for. Yeah, thank you. So this is good. And I think we have had some amazing helpers from the invisible realm as well. And so this work is on many dimensions, you know, we work on the practical. I mean, normally I write a script of all the questions for a program, and then I put the questions out there a little bit to everybody speaking, and you don't know what answer you will get, but the questioning is very important also. And I think please feel free to use some of the questions if you want. I mean, these are important, you know, that we ask the questions and then we get different questions, but answers. But I think so. There is a practical work of putting this program together, making sure we can be in a room like this. CSPOC organized so we can be here. And contacting all of you, so that's part of it. Designing the program, inviting the speakers. The speakers are preparing themselves before coming. All of you are, some of you flew in from other countries, air tickets, hotels tonight. So there's a lot that goes into this. So I hope they will be rippling out with lots of good stuff for all of us and new friendships, maybe new businesses, maybe new thoughts, you know, who knows? So that's my wish, and I hope more than anything that whatever you do with what you've learned today, that it also goes into a way that you do things you do in a more whole way, where your heart is involved, where the feminine of receiving is equally valued as your doing, so that we can have harmony within us and without outside. And yeah, so I think that's very important. And we are not allowed to do much advertisement, but still I want to say that there is a big conference coming up in October, which is the real thing of 3 days, right? 9, 10, 11th of October. I think we hope we can pull it off, but I know we will with all of your help. So that should also be happening. And I think now we are.
I think the only thing I would suggest to you is you've all made some very interesting connections. We've talked about groups of 3, you know, these triads. Try and share with at least another couple of people that connection, and that is something going forward where you can keep this energy field working. Yeah. And I think if you're sensitive, you'll sense the energy in the room and you'll sense all the different dimensions working with us. So they're happy to help. Just start the ball rolling.
Okay, so with that, thank you for coming, and it's been a pleasure to share this meeting today. And let's go and have something to drink. Thank you. Sorry, I have one more thing. I also want to, sorry, oh, sorry, that was right. I just also want to thank all of you that donated for something to be part of this. We didn't have Dr. Modi this year, so it was very important. So thank you so much for doing it.